What's up? What's up? Hey, Daniel. Hey, Purple Purple. What is happening? What is happening? Well, it is a lot happening. And I want to make sure I don't get that far behind in the happenings, right? All right, I have to check before I get started. I have to trying to check my traps, child. Make sure everything is everything, right? Well, we should be having a very rare guest come up and share. Hold on. Anyway, come up and share what is going on with Mr. Kelly. Um, so thus far we've had an order to, or a motion to request a furlough. We had that for Mr. Kelly. Then we had a few supplements, and we've also had the government's response. Then we've had the judge's order, and then we now have a new motion for a new trial and emergency motion for a bond. Might I add, none of which I really read. What up, Mo? What up? What up? None of which I really read, especially the last few. It's a lot of reading going on. They locking everybody up. Okay, as we speculated that they would, towards the end of last year, right? We said they're going to either sue them, lock them up, or both, right? And so far, they, listen, okay? Now, check this out right here. I'm not one of those conspiracy theorists or anything like that. But I wouldn't be surprised that with Trump used to call himself the law and order president. Did he? I don't know who all he put in place, right? Everywhere to take over the USA attorney's position, right? Like the ones that the position that is held by the feds, right? Which is what we call a true federal attorney who works for the the prosecutor's office. They are the lead in that district, in that jurisdiction, right? I wonder if he put people in control to get crime under control, right? So I'm not sure because all I know is when it was the changing of the guards, meaning from our prior president to our current president, a lot of people started resigning and being replaced and all of that, right? So I'm not sure what type of um, leader he put in charge because remember now he kind of got soured with the justice system due to what he perceived was his unfair, malicious prosecution that happened to him in four jurisdictions, right? So I'm not sure. So, give me about 15, 20 minutes and we may have um, someone that wants to speak on the record, right? Want to talk about the latest motions. It'll be interesting. So I haven't read them. I'm gonna be honest. I've listened to bits and pieces or whatever, but when they get to doing more than just reading them and all of that, I just like, what up, Devin? So, will be interesting. So, let me go pay the water bill and I'm gonna cut this music on real quick. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Sorry to put y'all through that. So anyway, any old who. So I reckon while we wait, right? Because I don't want to jump into the reading of this. But we can talk about some other stuff while we wait. So check this out. Have y'all seen the stuff that's in that Tyler Perry lawsuit? I'm like, oh my gosh. Of course, the text messages. I'm like, being rich shouldn't equate to being stupid. If you don't want your business out, you don't memorialize it in the form of a text message or some call or something like that. Something people can use against you, especially if you are in the wrong. Like, that is crazy. That is crazy, right? And I'm just, uh, I, I mean, I look at the, you know, Diddy, and I look at, I'm looking at Tyler Perry. I have yet to look at Fat Joe. Fat Joe got, let me see, I'm gonna tell my pages back up. Joe has. Fat Joe's paperwork is 157 pages, child. 157. Like, what? What? Uh-uh. The understanding of the law is usually where we get separated, we get divided. You understand? Because some people may not think they're doing anything wrong, only to come to find out you're doing everything wrong. Apparently, what up, Mo? What up?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Now, I came on here because you mentioned that Tyler situation, and I need to retract something that I said
Yes,
to you.
yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
when it
ma'am.
first came out, I saw some of the little text messages or what have you. I don't know if it was a Shade Room, one of those blogs. I don't know if it was Shade Room, Neighborhood Talk, one of those. And it wasn't very much to those text messages. I felt like I didn't see. I was like, "What's the bombshell?" But then I saw some more later on. And I do change my mind if we got to see what happens with this, but those were certainly much more provocative. The first ones I saw were really just like, oh, I thought your ideas were great and what have you. And perhaps that was like
Uh-huh.
the early grooming part of it. I'm like, well, I don't really see much there that you can definitively say is harassment or what have you. And then, some more came out like a day or two after that. And I was like, nah, I got to see this case through.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
yeah, that's not good. And again, I would imagine that those text messages would have been verified in some fashion. Any of those would have been totally inappropriate. So I retract my kind of suspicions there on saying I don't think it's much to this. I think we might have something. The Fat Joe, because you mentioned that as well. That one really shocked me. Really, just threw me for a loop. Just because I knew that Joe always had like a kind of like one foot in the street kind of situation. So some stuff,
Uh-huh.
but then the whole thing about kids, and I've never ever heard that about Joe
Me
ever.
either.
Most people that we've heard something about, like the Diddys and the R. Kellys, we have heard rumblings. I've never heard any kind of rumbling about that sort of stuff with Joe, aside from the street part of it. So this is very interesting. And he hasn't, Joe's pretty usually very vocal, and I'm sure his attorneys have gotten involved and discouraged any sort of talking. But I haven't heard a peep from his side of the aisle.
For real?
No, I haven't seen it. And Joe is quick to jump on a live.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, so I would
Because
have
he has
thought
his own little thing. He has his
exactly.
own little
Yeah,
podcast thing. Yeah.
exactly. And he brings people on and tells people stories. And just like maybe a week or maybe it was this week or last week, one of the two. There's some stories that come out about, or a couple of weeks, where he was talking about how he bailed Justin Bieber out of jail, and Justin Bieber was acting like he was so hardcore. And like that was the last thing that I had kind of seen in the media. And then the lawsuit came out. So I don't really know what to believe on that. But I feel like, to me, it feels pretty unlikely that someone, if they know of Joe's, then this is supposed to be his close assistant or something, isn't it?
That thing is 167 pages.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a lot. I'm like, this is crazy. Let me see. This is supposed to be plaintiff on the side.
And I know at
Oh,
some point as well, the allegation is that he put a hit out on 50.
what?
Yeah, that was the part that I kind of said, well, actually, I could see that have been true, because the timelines of it do add up from what I recall. But apparently, and he did have issues with 50 back in the day, because
Yeah.
he was friends with Ja, and back in all. Back in that time where they were all having those issues, and 50 was popping off at the mouth as he always is. And the allegation apparently that's laid out in the lawsuit is that he was tracking 50's locations and shows and stuff like that, and having them, participate in keeping up with where he is at 50 was. And then he apparently at one point, the allegation is that he the assistant or whoever this is that's filing this complaint, that they heard him. Somebody called Joe and told, while Joe was in Miami, saying, hey, he's in that 50's in New York or wherever he was. And that
Mm.
Fat Joe called in and said, all right, get rid of him. Like, go ahead and execute the plan to get rid of him.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And then that allegedly 50 had left prior to whatever transpiring that he had a call for.
Lord have mercy, honey. They be trying to knock 50. Boy, they've been trying to
50 don't
kill
have
50.
any friends, man. I can tell you that.
That's crazy. No, I haven't read a bit of that. So, 160 something.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that would be the last thing I read. I'm more interested in reading Tyler before I get to Fat Joe. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
that's just, that mess with. But I had pulled up. I wanted to go back to Christian Keys, right? If I'm
Mm-hmm.
not mistaken, didn't Kristen say it wasn't Tyler?
He
Or
did
did
take it
he?
back. He took it back. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I know I wasn't crazy. So that's what that's why took. I was like, well, darn, who else could it have been? Because in the beginning, remember when he started, he said he got it on his recording devices. He said if you hear this person's voice, you would know exactly who it is. So I'm like, okay, distinctive voices, that's Tyler, and
Mm-hmm.
with the person he's describing now, Kristen Keys is all in that man's lawsuit, child. And that video he did is resurfacing. hmm I'm like, oh my gosh,
Well,
Tyler.
yeah. Here's the thing. More and more, again, we're at another situation where there's just been a little more smoke than I would like, to be able to feel more confident in saying, I don't know about that one. Like, it's not the first time, and it keeps coming. And also, particularly, we know that Tyler has gone out of his way, I think, to try to suggest that he is no longer, affiliated with the LGBTQIA, as far as, his personal life.
Did he ever claim to be?
He once he had the baby, and started like he did around that period of time is where he pretty much was like, well, people think what they want to think, and just because I dress like a woman, doesn't mean that
Right,
I love
right.
women. I'm only engaging with women, that sort of stuff. He did do
He
some
said
interviews.
that. Yeah, I ain't never
Yeah.
said. Other than him saying he was, molested by a man, I ain't
Yes.
never heard him say that he was gay or anything like that.
Well,
And
he addressed the suspicion. He never said it, but other people always said it on his behalf.
always
And
said
there
it.
was always,
Yeah, yeah.
and then he did an interview where he flatly denied it, but he also denied it in a sing-songy kind of way, if you will. It was more like,
Yeah.
oh, it's more on y'all than me. I don't really care, whatever. But just for the record, I have a child now, and I'm with this woman, and because he got in that relationship with the mom. I don't know if he's still with
Uh-huh.
her or not, that kind of stuff. And so he was
Weird.
kind of trying, he had flatly denied it at that point. And this, of course, these lawsuits come out that suggest otherwise, and I don't know that anybody fully believe that, but it just kind of would be quite convenient, I think, for him to not have some of these things to come out to be at least slightly true. If just the text messages alone, if those are true, at the very least, you're flirting very overtly with who you know
hmm
to be a male coworker, or employee of yours, quite frankly. So, uh, also,
Right.
people wouldn't make it so difficult for people to just live, so you can at
Ex-
least,
Exactly.
navigate
Exactly.
accordingly. But it's a very messy situation to just be throwing those text messages around like that.
I know exactly. Just be you. You know what I'm saying? Who cares?
Yeah,
Like who cares?
the
And
black community cares. Let's call it a fact. Call a spade a spade. It is the black community
right, yeah, you're right. You're
that
right.
makes that more difficult, than it should be.
Right. But my thing is, I mean, he, well, cause see, what happens is when you try to keep it on the down low and all this extra stuff, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
this is what happens.
Mm-hmm.
You can become overly aggressive with people that are your subordinates and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that, which it can be a crime. It is a crime.
It
Like
is. Yeah.
I mean, you put yourself in in harm's way. Like now, I don't know how that Queen Latifah kept that girl Ebony under wraps like that for so long. She was, child, we didn't even question it after a while or what have you. And then all of a sudden, after she did that, officiated that gay weddings where all
Mm-hmm.
those people got married, and then she acknowledged Ebony and the baby. But
We
other than
always, but again, we always heard rumblings.
Well, yeah, we always heard it, but she ain't never say nothing.
We never saw it until she, found out. I think towards the, the end, just kind of like, all right, well, I think the first thing I saw was the picture of them holding hands, walking down the street or something like that. And
Yeah.
it was not one of those, like, there was no makeup, no nothing. It was one of those. I don't think she ever intended to
Hey,
really
Serena. Yeah.
get
Yeah.
caught in that situation. But even so, she should have been able to live life out loud. Period. If she
Exactly.
wanted to. But I also understand that for some celebrities, it's like I wouldn't do it whether I was male or female. Like, so like Jay-Z and Beyonce to some degree, like there's certain parts of their relationship like we just know nothing about, and they've
Right.
always kept it very close to the vest. So I give it to them on that, because once you do open it up, people feel like they want to pry even more, which is
Yeah.
why I kind of feel a little like, where are the R. Kelly type of stories about Fat Joe? I wonder, especially if anybody here is listening, or if anybody, oh, hey, DV, I just saw that. I didn't have the chat up. But I wonder, are there people from those areas? We got plenty of people around New York. I know Diva, other people like that. Like, that people have heard rumblings of Joe doing some of this kind of stuff. People in Florida, have y'all heard? Because he lives, I think now he lives down in Florida. Has there been rumblings of, yeah,
Mm-mm.
stay away from his house, or what?
Nothing.
Never heard it.
I haven't even heard him on the wire, child. Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. It took me by surprise. I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. But I mean, it's saying it's several different, like 15, 14, 16-year-old people that being paid off, and that he got a BBL for one of them and got another one's body done for doing
Right.
something. Like, these are bizarre claims.
Yeah, yeah. It's a lot, honey. It's a lot. It is a lot. And they are I don't know, child. I don't know. And it's so weird that this stuff is just now is it that we just now paying attention to it, or have these lawsuits and the charges and stuff have been going on all the while? I don't think so. I think the Justice Department, and I mean local, state, and feds, they are really they got a quest. They got some orders or something
Mm-hmm.
to clean up or to attempt to clean up what they think is crime in one way or the other. You know, this is, I mean, it just about like no one is safe.
But that's a civil, right?
Yeah, that's civil, but you know what happens.
Yeah, exactly. All of these civil cases end up turning into, like, Cassie's civil
Yeah,
case. It kind of precipitated what we now see as the federal case. And then we
exactly.
had, the civil cases with R. Kelly and that sort of stuff that have kind of continued on. And now we have
Hmm.
this. Hi, Serena. How are you? And so, but I wonder, and maybe you would be able to speak to this from the legal community. I also wonder, what's the role of these lawyers in this? Like, is everybody trying to be a Gloria Allred, who apparently is now under investigation herself? Like, is that what it is now? Of like, hey, this is where the money is, or is it like, no, they just file the claims that come to their lap? Because it feels like more and more you have these kind of certain niche population of attorneys that tend to file all of these and get in this business of these
Right.
kind of, I can make it to a headline sort of thing. Is that now its own kind of thing in the legal world?
Well, yeah, it's where the money is, but more
Mm-hmm.
important, it's where the fame is. And here's the thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? Remember, defense attorneys, they pretty much work on reputation and word of mouth. So
Mm-hmm.
if you get this, you get attached to a celebrity,
Yeah.
then you'll start getting other celebrities,
Mm-hmm.
other
Mm-hmm.
people that have money that can afford you, especially if you do a good job.
Yeah, I mean, look at Brian Steele. Look at
Yeah,
Brian Steele. He could
exactly.
barely even get off the Young Thug case before he got swept up for the Diddy case because of how he
Right,
performed. One
right. I
one good
mean,
case can do it. Mm-hmm.
right, exactly. One big hit can break it. I mean, look at Nicole. You know,
Yeah.
Westmore.
Johnny
I mean,
Cochran, even if we go back further.
yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like one celebrity can break you, break you into, the big business. You getting clients that is going to pay you.
Yeah.
You're going to pay you on time or up front. So, and I mean that's why a lot of times, you have attorneys that go my route, go the transactional route,
Yeah.
somewhere go work for a company where you're gonna get benefits, you're gonna get a check.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to look for no clients. You don't have to compete
Yeah.
with nobody. You
Yeah.
don't have to, you don't have to, become no ambulance chaser. That's even an area of law where you got to compete. No, I mean, I like to know. I have a child. I like to know where my next check is coming from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and when it's coming. I have a child.
And it's a
Okay,
business side of the back end of managing your own firm and stuff like that. That there's a
right,
lot more that
right,
some people just don't want to deal with that. Like I don't want to have to
exactly,
deal with that part of the taxes and the this and the structure and the regulation.
exactly.
I'd rather them deal with it and cut me my check because I'm not interested in that.
Right, and nobody's
Hmm.
interested in doing those, like if you take like contracts, doing work separate. Yeah, you're gonna have to set your own stuff up with the IRS for that, but
Hmm.
it's not anything where you understand. It's not so cumbersome where you need a regular tax firm and all. You understand what I'm saying? Just
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're dealing with business behind setting up your own firm. Nah, it ain't worth it.
Yeah.
'Cause you can be sitting there for days on end and won't have a client for weeks,
Right.
months,
Right.
but you got overhead.
Exactly. That's
Nah,
not going to stop. Exactly.
yeah, exactly.
Any
So
sort
yeah,
of work like that, like even, any sort of, if you want to call it like gig work that you only get paid when you
right,
have clients, it could be like that. You could go through a season where you got them hand over fist, and then you could also have seasons where, you don't have anybody. You got to figure out how to manage that money the way that it needs to be. Mm-hmm.
right. That's why you see a lot of attorneys like what's his name, Greenberg. He was an entertainment attorney, but
Yeah.
he also did criminal law. You'll
Yeah.
see them
Mm-hmm.
doing practicing practicing in a couple areas of law. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? They got
Yeah.
to keep
Yeah.
the lights on. You got staff.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them
Mm-hmm.
grow to have staff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's in the worst predicament to be in. You don't have any clients, and you have people that depend on you for
Their
for
own
work.
livelihood. Yeah. Their own
Exactly.
livelihood. Yeah. Yeah.
Because just because you get paid by contract, they get paid by hour.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
they full time, they're coming to work for full time pay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm got the time for
I
that.
remember my aunt, that even happens in the medical field because my aunt was working at a
Mhm.
nurse and she was working for like a doctor who had his own private practice. And now she's moved on to like bigger medical companies that, have a little bit more security because something ended up happening with him. And I don't know what was going on with the books or whatever, but there were like a couple of months where the checks weren't getting cut. And then one time they went to cash their checks or what have you. And this was years ago when you would actually get the check and, deposit it and the checks bounced, what have you. And they still were trying to work with them. But she was like, after that, I need to be with a healthcare system or I need with
Mhm.
one of these bigger, like, a patient first or something that's a national brand, that can make sure that I don't go through that ever again. Because any sort of private practice like that, it can happen if
Right,
end up in a situation like that.
right. Nobody, no, yeah, ugh, yeah, that would suck. No, ain't nobody got time for that.
No.
So, that's why a lot of people go get taken. And plus, who has time to be arguing back and forth in that courtroom? Whatever. I don't have the best temper
Hmm.
with
Yeah.
that foolishness. Like that's foolishness. You know you're wrong, but no.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I have a
So
friend who she's a lawyer and all she does is do, and I'm not saying like all, like she doesn't do anything, but she pretty much just does the work of helping people get their business licenses and making sure they're legally structured, the way that they
Yeah.
need to be. And she was like, all I do, is she was like, pretty much I'm just pushing paperwork, and
Yeah.
making sure it's accurate, but she gets paid very good money for people just to set that stuff up correctly and, help her with the
Yeah.
renewal and what have you. And she's very happy with. She's like, I don't ever want to be that person who has to. Oh, I got court at 5, and then, this and this and that.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't want to do that. I want to be able to go into this portal and upload this paperwork and be able to send them that paperwork back and move on.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The job of a litigator. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
You said to be. You know how that stuff goes in court, and I mean, you. Ooh, I don't want that smoke. I'm sorry. I don't want that smoke. I'm here to tell you, it's too much.
Yeah.
It's a lot of rules and all of that you got to. Of course, you're not going to just memorize them, but
Yeah.
the ones that you use frequently, you're gonna know. You know, but yeah.
She told me the way she
Take
described
care.
it. Hey, the way she described it is I she said I just want to be able to understand and interpret the law. I don't want to debate the law. And it made
Right.
perfect sense because she's not that kind of like even when she went into law, we all were kind of a little surprised because we're like, she just is not, we had always envisioned what when we think of a lawyer is a litigator. That's what
Right.
we always envisioned. And she was like, nah, that's not really her pay. She was like, of course you have to do it in law school, and I can do it, but that's
Yeah.
not her preference. And she was like, I get paid very well to understand the law, interpret it correctly, and make sure that I can apply it for people who don't know anything about the law at all. And it made
Right.
perfect sense. And you do have to have the same way you have doctors that, everybody doesn't want to be an ER doctor or a family doctor or, sitting at the bedside. Some people want to be, behind the scenes managing or doing other stuff. So
Right.
it makes
Or
sense.
research and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Nobody. Yeah. Everybody. That's what people traditionally think. Oh, lawyer,
Mm-hmm.
you going in to the courtroom, and no, 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 no.
Yeah.
Transactional means you keeping them out the court. That's what
Exactly.
transaction. And then they have lawyers on payroll sometimes, or they contract lawyers that when they have a matter that goes into the courtroom, then
Mm-hmm.
that's what they call them. That's
Yeah.
not me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Same
not me.
thing even with me and my own career path. Like just being a person who's sitting in that office getting a client every 45, 50 minutes, that quickly burnt out for me. You know what I'm saying? Like it just wasn't
Oh,
a path that I wanted to continue on. Now I did it for many years, and I still do it now, on a on a needed basis, but it's
yeah,
not for some people who just that's their entire career. They've been like a therapist. That's what they do every day, all day. They're sitting down taking clients, letting them lay on the couch every hour on the hour, and then doing all those notes and all of that stuff. Plus, you got to
right.
report and all of that. Like, it's other ways to still be in that profession and be significant. So it makes total sense.
Exactly, exactly. And then you can always go teach.
Yeah, right. Everybody know that side money is always there for you to go train other people up.
Right. You can always go to baby. I don't have time to that hustle and bustle, and like if you see the workload, and granted, there clerks do most of the work. Paralegals, interns, and all they do most of the work, but pretty much putting together the dictating the briefs, I should say it like that, and
Mm-hmm.
coming up with the strategies and things of that nature. That's done by the attorney, and then once you get in court, then that's all the attorney. So
Mm-hmm.
nobody got time for
Yeah. Yeah.
that. Listen, my friend that learned under Comey doesn't practice neither. She didn't like the courtroom, so she does a position within state HR. Yeah,
Wow, and she
Yeah.
worked under Comey. I mean, that
Wow.
again, and it's up. And I think in this space, people were probably questioning the legitimacy of her career, right? But that's
Hmm.
not the case. This is a fair, you know what I'm saying? Because here,
Exactly.
it's like the only thing people can wrap their mind around, I think, are sometimes the litigators, and then anybody else is deemed to be illegitimate. But I
Right.
definitely, there's certainly always a different path that people can take that we don't know until, especially until you get into a certain field or know enough about a certain field to realize what you
Right.
can do within it.
Mm-mm. And I didn't like it in the first place. I was like, oh no. I'm like,
Mhm.
oh no. But um I I was dual enrolled in high school, so I got by the time I graduated, I was a dental assistant, and I went right
Mhm.
into internship with that. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. Oh my gosh. Oh, I
I don't
enjoyed
know
that.
how you did. I don't know how you did it.
I love that. I still even remember some of the procedures and things now.
Woo.
The utensils and the tools and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my girl, when I tell you that was only thing about it is I had a party life. By the time I got by the time I graduated when I was 18, then I started partying, honey. I'll be going out, and by the time I get going to the internship, honey, I be sleeping on people's mouth. Knocked out, baby.
Oh my
Knocked
god.
out. I was knocked out. We was ripping and running, child. We
Hmm.
ripped and ran, baby, from Florida to Georgia, Florida to Georgia, girl. So I had a social life. I was on the beach. I was everywhere. You hear me? I ain't had time.
How long
So
before you let it expire or decided to let it lapse?
I let it after on the first time.
So
I
it
let it
was the
lapse.
very first time after the first year you let it on go.
Well, yeah. I didn't get my anything renewed. I didn't even get my CPR renewed.
Wow.
See,
Because you
I
knew
was
you were
busy.
going into the law at that point?
Yeah, I was. Well,
Hmm.
no. At that point, I was going into business.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I didn't do a traditional track. I didn't go political science
Hmm.
or get one. I got business. Then I took the LSAT, child. I barely got in.
Hmm.
So it was business, and after going into like then I tell you what, the lady who got me and a fake girlfriend into a lot of stuff, the tracks that we
Yeah.
eventually went into. Um, I'm sitting up there and I didn't know any legal talk, any of this and that. I'm like, we need to learn something legal because
Yeah.
we're just sitting up here. I mean, you actually, we have Reebok as a client, we have Orange Point, and we have we have so many. I mean, all them places, the ones the fake girlfriend was up here naming, and I'm like, we gotta learn something about legal. So I'm in business, and then I said, well, let me see. Well, and it didn't look bad, and I took the LSAT, and I'm like, oh, I barely made it, and got in. I was like, oh, okay, and then in the middle, maybe after the first year, I was like, oh no, this is horrible,
Yeah.
but couldn't turn back.
Hmm.
Because your family like woohoo, so I couldn't turn back. So I was like, oh my God. And then um while I was doing in the 4 year, I noticed there was a lot of people that was taking psychology and political science and getting those undergraduates and then going into law. And I was like, darn.
Hmm.
So after I barred in 99, I was like, okay, I'm fixing to go and do something in psychology because I'm trying to stay the hell away from the courtroom So I said, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm going to like behavioral science. I'm gonna do that. So I said, let me get my master's in psychology. Let me get that. And
Mm-hmm.
so then I said, okay, well, this pairs together with this law license.
Of course.
I can, yeah, and then I can do, child, I want to pick jurors and I want to do forensic psychology, anything but going to that courtroom. So that's what I did.
Speaking of that, I mean, even now, that's even kind of its own branch of psychology, mental health, that sort of stuff, of people who are saying, I don't want to do client after client. They only do work for these lawyers who need expert witnesses, help them interpret behavior, all that stuff like that. And they make very good money.
Yep,
Very good
exactly.
money, being able to do that for a lot of clients, the people who do get into it, even though I kind of feel like, for me, I have some ethical concerns about it, even like that Hughes lady that was in the Diddy trial. She's making money hand over fist just being an expert witness for the government over and over and over again. But who are we? I mean, somebody's gonna have to do it. They're gonna call somebody to be the witness.
Right. And the thing about examining or observing behavior, is very interesting. And again, I know that a lot of a lot of what we consider on our end, you guys on your end, y'all don't consider, right?
Mm-hmm.
But y'all, again, y'all be evaluating for treatment and for diagnosis and all of that. We're not looking for that. We just want to know, like, what does your behavior tell us about you now, and will tell us about you and about your past, and tell us about you in the future. Are you? Are you the one that most likely did it? And or yeah, or that's what we worried about. We don't care about your treatment. We don't care. We already done called you crazy. We already know you're crazy. We don't care about your treatment. We gonna let them get to that later on. Or if it's in a business, we want to predict. We want to forecast, like, what the business, what we're looking at now tell us about your business in the future, that type of thing, because it also translate to that type of consumer behavior as well. So but we don't. That's why we, a lot of what y'all call pseudoscience, junk science, or whatever, we take some of that into consideration. I know y'all be like, y'all turn your nose up.
Because y'all just want to know, do we lock them up for a little or do we lock them up for a lot?
Right.
Does the victim deserve a little bit of money, or does the victim deserve a lot of money?
Right.
We're looking at it more holistic about long term, short term, emotions, thoughts, all that stuff like that.
How can we help you? Y'all, how can we help you get better? I'm like, child, did you do it or not? Let me look in your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, that type of thing. And so that's what I said.
What motion is Karen talking about? The R. Kelly motion, or which motion was she talking about?
No, we haven't read it yet. I'm waiting on somebody.
Which can you, while we waiting then, can you possibly get me up to speed on where we are with stuff right now? Because I've been working crazily nonstop, and then I've been having a lot of family stuff going on as well. So I've been seeing, glimpses that it feels like multiple motions have come out, or appeals or something like that have been coming out from the R. Kelly side of the house, pretty much asking to be let out. I heard the thing about people are harming me. Then I heard the thing about, hey, I got too much, which as soon as I mentioned that whole thing to my fiance, he immediately, not knowing and not caring, as y'all know, about any of it, he immediately said, that's full of crap. He said, it doesn't go that way. The medicine stuff, I can tell you what he said about that if you're interested.
Go, girl, go ahead. You
Like,
know,
has it been two? Has it been three? How many of these things are rolling out, and who's rolling them out like that? Because I'm not seeing Blondine anywhere around. So,
Bonjean is Bonjean. I checked to see if she signed on or she ain't signed on to it. Her name ain't on. Her name ain't even on this motion that's in criminal court.
so who are
Um,
these current attorneys?
this is Bo Brindley, Bo B. Brindley. You know that's Daryl McDavid's attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And why is he
he's
coming
the
in so hot all of a sudden with filing? And like even some of them seem like they're not even filed in the right place. I'm like, why is it filed? Why is it filed out here? I'm very confused as to what has transpired that this rush of motions and things have come forward.
well. I haven't read hardly any of it, so I've heard bits and pieces.
Okay, so we're on
Read.
the same
So
page then.
yeah,
Okay.
we back on the same page. So um, and this is just my opinion. I believe that when he filed it, that first initial one, that was to bring attention to R. Kelly, right? So here's the thing. Right? Remember, I said he needs advocacy, right? Some sort of advocacy. He needs to get in front of, he needs to get his name and his situation in front of the president. If you expect to get, you want to be considered for a pardon, right? Because, either the president can do it by, application, the natural course that goes through Miss Alice and the pardon attorney,
Mm-hmm.
or he can just, hey, he can just grant it
Yeah.
himself, right? So, but if I mean, I don't think the president, has R. Kelly on his mind, so he needs some kind of advocacy, right? Somebody need to say something, some kind of press conference or something out, and sure enough, here they come out with one, right? And so, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
now I see what you're saying. Okay.
yeah,
So they're hoping that it could catch the eye of someone in the administration to be like, wait, here's another person who's being treated unjustly. He'll just come through and sweep in, possibly get hit. So they're like, okay, let's push this back to the forefront of the media to see if we can get his attention that way.
right. And
Okay.
how he wrote it, because remember I told y'all, motions has to be what, persuasive, right? You got to persuade the who, the trial fact, got to persuade the reader. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So he alleged a lot of stuff. But one, and I always told y'all when it comes to a post conviction relief, okay, any type of constitutional violation, if you can find one, you a lawyer, if a lawyer can find one, a lawyer is going to include that. Any
I
type
didn't
of
see any
constitutional,
evidence.
right, but constitutional violations is up there. Reason
Uh-huh.
why? Because one, we're protected under the Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay, so that kind of supersedes any statutory law, right? That means law that's written into the books, right?
Yeah.
So you got that going on. All right. Then you have other appellate issues like evidence, but that's not necessary. That's usually not a constitutional violation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things things that violate the amendments is what you really think of. Things that violate your life, liberty, or property.
Mm-hmm.
Things that are oppressive. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
those are constitutional violation. And let me top that. If something is oppressive, okay, but it's covered under the Constitution, that can be opposed, right? Because no law, and that's including the Constitution, is supposed to be oppressive.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that. What up, Jennifer? So, um, so I believe that Bo Brindley, he put in as much as he could possibly put in that motion, to make it seem like it's urgent. They're trying to they're trying to kill him. The thing with the BOP situation.
Mm-hmm.
What else he had in there?
The overdose.
Yeah, yeah, and then yeah, his overdose, and so that there's a lot going on. Okay,
So the
so
question, can I ask a question? So
go
why
ahead.
would, based upon most of those things all have to do with the BOP, the conditions in the prison system, so on and so forth. Wouldn't the lawsuit, I would feel like the lawsuit then would need to be against the BOP and not an appeal for the current case? Or is that what they
Hold,
were doing?
hold on. Let me see. Government furlough motion, dependent furlough. Let me pull up and make sure I got it. Because I forget, did he file a motion first or did he file no, that's third supplement. Yeah, no, these were motions. So it okay, he could have taken it both ways, in my opinion, because he could have filed a lawsuit against the VOP, and I think that it was still would have ended up in the same position, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he filed a lawsuit, but he did an emergency motion. Let me see if I can pull it up. I don't know why
And the
that
reason why I ask is because while you're pulling it up, the reason why I ask is because I know of quite a few people who either in state prison or federal prison said their rights were violated, something happened that should not have happened while they were in there, whatever.
Okay, hold on for a minute. Hold on. Yes, ma'am. Huh? It's at the top. Do you see it? At the top of it's pinned to the top. You see it? Yeah. Hold. I'm coming, y'all. Give me a second.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, Miss Windbush. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I mean, Miss Sharon.
Oh, oh, oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yes.
hear you now. I can hear you.
Hello?
You can hear us?
Did you let me in?
Yeah, you here. Can you see? You're here.
Hello?
You're here. Can you hear us?
Mm.
Oh my.
She was up here.
Yeah, I can hear loud and clear. No problem. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Hold on. Let me try it again.
Can you hear me?
Okay, you're here. You hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
What?
Can you hear us? Miss Sharon. Miss Sharon, you up here.
Mm,
Miss Sharon.
she's gone now.
All right, try it again. Okay. Can you hear
You
me?
up? Can you
Yes.
hear
Oh.
us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us? What kind of phone is going? She got an Android, y'all. Okay, hold on. Can you hear
Can you
us?
hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
She probably needs to set her mic on speakerphone or change it over to whatever one it is. Because the Androids you have to, like, I have
Hello?
Android too.
Can you hear me?
If not, it's
I
coming
I
through the
can hear you.
It says I'm on the show, but I can't hear anything. I don't hear you guys at all.
Oh my
Okay, let me click you off and I'm gonna call you. You said what you say, Mo? Well, she can't hear me. Hold on, I'm gonna take you off.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm gonna call you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Mo, what you said, do?
When she goes into if she's coming in
Can
from
you hear me at all?
I can hear you, yeah.
I don't hear you.
I can hear you. Let me take you down. Let me take you down.
she needs to go in when she comes in, she needs to go in the settings and make sure that the uh, audio, hold on, let me add. I'm about to come in twice, or it's gonna might look like I'm coming in twice, but I'm not. I'm just doing it from my phone, so I could say what she needs to do.
All right.
She needs, when she gets on that white screen that says "Let's set up your studio," she needs to click on Settings and then click Audio, and then she can drop down to figure out where the sound comes out of. And then she could do the same thing when she's inside of the thing. Hey DV, I said hi to you earlier, but I think you must have bounced out. I hope you're doing okay. Just talking to you. I've been so busy, I barely can get on. I'm not up to speed on almost anything anymore. I've been listening to the Diddy case in the background, but even that I miss a good chunk of more than what I used to. I hope you're doing all right. I hope your mom's doing well as well.
Mo, can you tell me what to type in here so just in case she sees this?
Oh, okay. I'll type it in here.
Okay, what to do?
I need to get on there, DV. One, you're another one of those late night people, and you know, y'all know it gets too late, and I'm not up there, and I don't know when you're on. You know, I've always been a person to catch you, DV, just on the here and there. You know, when you happen to be on during the day, or like or sometimes on the weekends or whatever, you'll be out and about, and I'll catch that. But I definitely want to make it over there, or at least listen to some replay plays. Oh, that's great. I'm so glad she's doing well. And please, I know she probably doesn't remember me very well, but definitely send her plenty of well wishes from me. 5 p.m. I didn't know that. Am I not subscribed? Let me go on my phone right now, DV, and see. I thought I was subscribed. I don't get any notifications or anything. Yeah, I'm subscribed. I see you had something like 2 weeks ago. I might need to turn my notifications on for you. So I turned my notifications to all just now. So hopefully I'll be able to see that. But 5 to 7, you're in Chicago. So are you like an hour? I'm Eastern time. So are you Central? Because 5 to 7, your time might be 6 to 8 my time, which is still not bad, but it's cutting it close. I'm joking.
Can you hear us?
No.
You
What?
said, hold on.
How
Wait
did
a
she
minute.
say no if she
No,
didn't?
because she's on my phone.
Oh. I'll be quiet.
But you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can only hear through my phone.
So, well, you know what would be better because you're actually low on the phone. Why don't you pop back up here? I'll still keep you on the phone, and that way we can hear you. Yeah, pop back up because you're real low on my phone. Yeah, that'll be best. So just hang on the phone and just pop back up.
Oh gosh, DV. Don't go dropping our names out here in these streets unauthorized. I hope you said the right thing.
Huh?
What are you guys talking about?
No, we're gonna talk about we was talking about the whole setup. But come back in, pop back up, click back in the StreamYard so you can pop back on the screen. Huh?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I want to know who got set up too. I've been missing all of this, and there she's saying, "Oh, it's a setup." Now I'm thinking I'm scared to be a part. Shit. I need to find out. Now, DV, do I need to be dropping down off the panel, or should I be scared? What am I? I just came up here to hear what's going on and try to catch myself up. I'm so behind. 'Cause I feel like when Miss Windbush shows up, something's about to go down.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. All right. Now, all right. So we were just getting started talking about the whole revelation about what's going on with Mr. Kelly and with this Bo Brindley filings and all that he's alleging in the filings.
Okay.
So, can you see the screen or no?
No, but I know what's in it.
Okay, that's good because I don't. All right, I haven't read it. Um, so you want to take us from the beginning or wherever you want to
In
start?
terms of,
Well, um, in the beginning, he alleged that R. Kelly was potentially being targeted by the prosecutors via the BOP, um, as well as he has blood clots, and that's pretty much where it started. We've since then had an order from the judge, and we have now had Bo Brindley filing another motion.
mhm.
Yeah, I think in the New York case.
No, this is the Illinois case.
It's the Illinois. Okay,
Yeah, because he's in the Illinois district, whatever
right.
that may be. But what he was alleging is they talked to Rob's cellmate from MCC, who told them that the um, officials came to him and said, "We will cut you a deal, or give you a reduced sentence if you can get Mr. Kelly's mail, make copies, and give it to us." And because they took a statement from him when they came to the jail, people were wondering, why are these lawyers coming to see him? That's what sparked the alarm, because this cellmate is alleging he was essentially an informant for the prosecution. So when his team goes to visit with this individual, people in the jail see that. They alert the higher ups, and from there, the death threats stem. So they stemmed from them talking to Robert's cellmate at MCC, who was his cellmate the entire time he was there, who alleges he was enlisted to steal communications for the government.
So that is what the one of the um one of the guys who gave his declarations is saying.
No, Bo Brinley is saying that.
Well,
Each
okay.
person gives their account, but because he's the one threading things together, he knows what it stemmed from. He knows the trail of actions that led to that.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
essentially, what popped it off was Kashan, the cellmate of Robert Kelly at MCC for years, uh, alleged that prosecutors Kroll, he specifically named Kroll, asked him to steal Robert's correspondence between his lawyers. And because they took a statement from him, they had somebody come in and translate in his language to make sure he understood. And everything was done legally and properly. That alerted the higher ups that, they know about whatever they talked to Kashan about. And so That's where they said they got Stein to relocate to the jail where Robert was, and they gave him instructions on what to do.
Angie, I know she probably cannot hear me, but I have a question. So the person she's naming somebody, but wasn't there another man who was just like, even he was on like YouTube and stuff, and that could have been some while back, and he said he was the cellmate. Wasn't he
Ronnie
somebody
Bo.
else? That's the same
No,
person.
he's a lie. He was never his cellmate.
Oh, so he just got
We
his.
have no confirmation that he was even at MCC.
Oh.
We have no confirmation that he even met Rob. Rob doesn't remember him. The cellmate does, neither. I was talked to several cellmates of there, and none of them remember him.
Oh wow.
And so the prosecutor got in contact with the cellmate and told the cellmate to intentionally get copies or steal, if you will, R. Kelly's mail and make that
Right.
available to the prosecution and is the suspicion here is that was used as a loophole because otherwise they would not have been able to get that.
Yeah, they essentially told him, we'll reduce your sentence if you do this for us. It's basically spy on him. You're in there with him all the time. He's confiding in you. Just tell us everything, essentially. So they placed a mole in the cell with him, is what the paperwork says.
Right.
Approximately what year was this? Or was it the entire period of time that they had gotten in touch with him prior to him being even placed with him?
I don't know the date that it started, but the signed declaration from the cellmate, I think, is in April of 2025. So he had been doing it the entire time Robert was in MCC because he was his cellie the whole time.
Oh wow.
Does he have any documentation or anything that was included in the lawsuit to support that? You know, that he definitely, or I'm sure they have.
Do they have what?
Do they have like the jail records and stuff of that they had that communication or anything that can confirm that? Because that would be unjust for both, wouldn't it?
Well, they have his statement, and he hasn't revealed whatever other evidence he has.
Oh, okay.
So let me ask you this. Okay. So I think I don't know if you can hear me.
But I can confirm that it does exist.
Okay. Can you hear me if I have the speaker off?
I hear you fine.
Okay, you hear me. Okay, good. So let me ask you this. So now the guy that the one that has the cancer, that allegedly has cancer, what have you, right?
Stein, yeah.
Stein. Okay. Did he go into why all of a sudden, he decided that to change his mind about, not going through with it and all of that? Because I truly didn't read any of this. I just heard bits and pieces from, other channels.
I think, well, look, I'm not going to think in a situation like this on somebody else's intent. What was said, and all we can do is just take firmly his words. He said that he was relocated from another location. He was in the hole. They sent him there with instructions. One of the guards there, I believe the guy's name was Childress, said, you better do what you came to do. And he choked at the last minute. Why or how, I don't know. But someone else is willing to testify, and they said they have a guard who's willing to testify. So
Oh wow. Wow. And this guy Childress, he's at another facility, right?
I thought he was at Butner as well. That's what I
Oh.
was thinking.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know why
So
I
I was
thought.
thinking it was three guys at Butner and one guy at MCC.
So can somebody summarize for me the three people and what they allege? Do all of them
I
allege that
can't
they?
hear her, so point my phone to her
Okay.
when she's talking.
Okay. Go ahead.
So what's the general summary? I don't have to have all of the details because I'm out of the loop as well. What's the general summary of what these three people allege? They all allege that the government or the prosecution sent them to intentionally harm R. Kelly in some fashion.
That they were sent to guarantee he was convicted by any means, by all means necessary. So you've got the guy in his cell, you've got the informant that's in the YouTube streets doing his dirt, you've got other things that were going on, and then the minute they find out about it, from what he's saying, they wanted to eliminate Robert. When the one method didn't work, they doubled up the medicine. They said he crushed the medicine, because they have to administer it, they have to crush it up. So you don't know how much you're taking because they break up the pill. And Robert took it, and the rest, he fell to the floor. They found him. They rushed him to the hospital. He has blood clots. They didn't want him to have any further treatment at Duke.
Wow.
And so these people are.
Okay. So
I,
I did. Okay, go ahead.
no, I'm seeing in the chat that people are saying that the person that Michael Stein or whoever, that he's the alleged supremacist or Aryan Brotherhood person, correct?
Right.
So
He
what if
might allege that, but we don't know. Because, maybe he pretends to be. Who knows?
I don't think you can pretend to be in there anything. I
Some
heard.
people say he was, some people say he wasn't. What we do know is he has a story that is consistent with another person's story that is consistent with the guard story. So you have three people in the same location that all have the same story.
Hmm.
Could they
So
could they be paid, or how are they, because wouldn't they still be at risk if they're still there now of the prosecution possibly retaliating against them? And if he's in the Aryan Brotherhood or a supremacist of some sort, what would intrigue him to support a person of color, I wonder?
Intrigue him to support what?
A
a
person of
person of
color,
color.
they don't typically, that would be a
Maybe
huge
it wasn't
violation.
so much support as he didn't want that on his conscience. Maybe he had never done that before. Maybe, you know, I believe it was God at work. Robert said he was reading the Bible at the time. So prayer works. I believe firmly that, you can get a demon up off of you.
That's true. I know. I know that. Um. So let me ask you this. So I've noticed that Jennifer Bonjean is absent on the filings. Does anyone know where she stands on all of this, or?
She's been removed from this process.
Oh, okay.
Where she is, I don't, Robert doesn't discuss his legal matters with me, but,
Okay.
um, you know, I was emphatic that I needed to work with somebody who could get it done. And Robert and I had strong
Oh,
communication about that. Uh, and, he made it happen. So,
So are you,
oh,
Miss Windbush, are you a part of his advisory team, or
and
what
that
would
was
you
based
say
on
your?
nothing but losses. She lost everything. everything she went up for, she lost. So you can't keep working with a loser and then scratching your head as to why you're losing.
Oh,
Oh gosh.
okay. So, okay, because I was wondering, because, I was checking the dates. I was like, maybe I knew she had removed herself a couple of weeks, in April. And I was like, okay, I don't see
He
her.
signed on in January. Um, I'm not going to speak to their communication. I would
Mhm.
assume he didn't want the dead weight, and then she
Oh,
removed herself. It would have been my insistence that you get out the way.
Oh,
But those were not necessarily his words; those are my words.
right. I get it.
may I ask
He stood next to
clarity?
her in Illinois. He won all of his; she lost all of hers. He knows her caliber of work.
What is Miss
Mm.
Windbush's role? Is she an advisor, just a friend, just a
What?
consultant?
She was asking, "Are you an advisor?" Um, I guess more or less. Well, I don't want to speak for you. She was asking, "Are you an advisor to him, a friend, or like what would you consider?" Because she's not familiar with you.
I've certainly heard of
Okay,
who
I
she is, but
worked
I
for
know her
Robert
role has changed over
in the
time.
late 1990s for a few years. So I actually do know Daryl McDavid. Daryl McDavid knows me. Robert knows me very well. I know Robert's wife. I know everybody that was around him at that time. When he got in trouble, uh, just as a concerned citizen, I reached out to do what I could do to help. He had no other help, so I just kept doing more and more and more and taking on more responsibility simply because there was a void there. Uh, because Robert knows me, because he's comfortable with me, and because he trusts me, um, he, he listens sometimes. And,
Right,
you know, where I can help, I help.
Mm.
right.
So a
Well,
confidant.
yeah, right. So now, let me ask you this: with regards to the part about the the BOP and um, the the prosecutors, and then the father and the other guy. So now I know, with the motion, they are meant to be persuasive. Doesn't mean that everything in there can actually be proven, but he didn't speak as if he's alleging anything. He is speaking as if he has proof that, that was the order. The prosecutors gave uh, the BOP, I guess, gave the stolen communications to the prosecutors. The prosecutors gave them to the Tasha K and the father, and then Tasha K gave them to the father and to that guy. So, um, do you? I'm not. I don't need you to reveal if they have actual evidence or not. But do you think that they can substantiate that claim?
An affidavit
Huh?
with Matt Lou did an affidavit
Who was Matt Lou?
with the Department of Justice. There was an investigation.
Oh,
I bounced on the street now. Can they still hear me?
no, we can't hear you on StreamYard.
Okay,
You still up here, but we can't hear you.
okay. Can you put me on speaker?
You're on speaker.
Oh, if you put that, can they hear?
Yeah.
I can hear it.
Oh, there was an affidavit done by Matt Liu of the Department of Justice. And in the affidavit, he confirmed Tawana Ingram gave the jail records to Tasha K. Tasha K said herself she gave them to the Savages and the Clarys.
Oh.
So who said they gave them to them?
Matt Liu from the Department of Justice.
He's a special agent.
He's a special agent.
And he confirmed that who gave them to who now?
That
he did his investigation and he found, because they took her laptop to work. Yeah. So they checked the records from the BOP system, the TrueView system. They took her laptop, they did their forensics, and that's how they know she went in there 153 times.
Oh.
So that's been proven by the Department of Justice.
Oh, wow.
So wouldn't she have had the mail? Access to the mail as well?
What did she say?
Who have had access to the mail?
The BOP person.
Yeah. That's the one who Tawana Abrams is, whatever her last name is the one who stole it.
But she said that but they also had the cellmate stealing also, correct?
Yeah, that was proven by Matt Liu. She accessed his records 153 times. She put them on her personal computer, passed them to Tasha K, who then read them on air, some of them, and then passed them to the Savages and the Clarys, according to Tasha K. And we all know that they all were working together. The federal informant, the Savages and the Clarys, and the fake cousin.
Oh.
So.
Wait, okay. Let me go ahead and
say, oh, like you're surprised.
Come no.
on. No. Like, ooh, that's a shock.
I'm like, oh, I didn't know you were going to say that. Yeah, that's why I said, oh, okay.
Well, I'm not going to lie.
Are they referenced in this case?
He's not his cousin.
Okay, well, I can't.
And that's going to get addressed in this process, too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
No, I'm just saying, because you said it. Okay. I understand. I definitely understand.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Can I ask a question? So,
go ahead.
Are Mr. Levi and Mr. Larry referenced in these court proceedings? That's what you're suggesting?
I didn't hear her. What'd she say?
She said is a Levi and Larry reference in the court proceedings. Larry is. I don't think Levi is.
Larry is mentioned in these proceedings?
Yeah.
In what? And how was he involved according to what has been put forth?
Well,
it's all in the affidavit. I mean, it's all in the motion.
It's in the motion. Hold
on. He got the star witnesses together is what he alleged in this motion. And they said Rashana Landfair testified that Larry McGee put her with Azriel Clary.
She said that in court? They're saying she said that
Yeah, it's in that motion that was filed yesterday.
So they're saying that yeah, can you bring that up? Because and keep in mind, Miss Windbush, if you
I can't hear her.
Hold on. There you go.
I was just saying that keep in mind, of course, I've followed the previous court cases. I followed the previous court cases, listened to all the transcript readings, all of that stuff. So I knew that. I didn't recall her saying that. I remember that coming up in the trial, and then that was pushed out. I did not know that there was more allegations to that effect.
I couldn't hear her. What'd she say?
Repeat that again.
Yeah, so I was just saying, I recall I followed the cases. I haven't been as privy to these newer motions that have been mentioned, so this is new to me, but at least that part of it. But I didn't I remember that there were filings during the court cases that did reference Mr. Larry at that time, and that those things were cast aside, or at least that when the judge looked into them, they confirmed that he was not actually involved. And you're now saying that the newer motions ignites those claims?
No, those claims never came up before.
I could have sworn that Mr. Larry, they mentioned him at one point in one of those filings years back in one of the cases that somebody, that his name was mentioned in a motion as possibly being involved, and then and that the attorneys, the prosecution had to get up and pretty much say he's not an informant, like he has a case, but it was totally different. I remember that in
that never happened. Yeah.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Well, actually, hold on.
So I must be
Okay.
crazy.
No. In the motion to compel, the defense did allege, this was when Bonjean was on, and she did allege that Larry, so he got the whole of
That motion got dismissed because she didn't
right.
put anything concerning the Illinois case. She messed the motion up, and so the judge just denied the motion. He didn't deny the contents of the motion. She did not have jurisdiction to bring it in Illinois because she didn't put Rashauna's name in it, so it got tossed out. That's why.
Well, it got declined, it got denied. But when the prosecutors came back, they gave a kind of like a timeline and pretty much stated what they alleged Larry's role was in it. Now, again, keep in mind, all these filings are allegations until it, gets determined by
Yeah,
trial.
both sides can say whatever they want.
Right,
You can say
exactly.
whatever you want. I can say whatever I want, and that's why you have a court proceeding for the judge to make a decision.
Make a decision on it, right? So, but now they are, like I said, both. He's not. He's not. It's not sounding like allegations. It sounds like he has, bulletproof evidence.
Well, did you hear the video where Larry is admitting it to Shabazz? I don't think it gets more concrete than that.
What exactly did he say? I've never heard him admit.
On Malicious Conspiracy Channel, she has a video where Larry McGee went live. He had Shabazz on there, and he said, "Me, my wife, my daughter, we had Azrael in our house," and I'm summarizing it. Days and days and days, hours and hours and hours, and they essentially waterboarded her.
Oh.
Yeah, when he was saying that he had all the TVs on.
That's right. Yeah.
R. Kelly and all.
He showed her all the paperwork. He put people on the phone with her. If that isn't trying to influence the outcome of a trial, what is? Then they met up in California, is what he put in this paperwork. Rashauna said Larry put her and Azrael together. And she's an independent person. She doesn't know anything about what's been going on over here. I assume.
She said that where?
So here's the star witness from Illinois saying the exact same thing.
Now, I don't recall her saying that.
I don't either.
It's in this motion.
It's in the but those allegations, and
yeah.
I don't care one way or the other, but I just don't recall her saying that on the stand. I don't recall her saying that.
Yeah, she didn't say it on the stand. She's saying it now. I don't know what page it's on, but it's in there.
Well, let me go to that motion.
Based upon her testimony, though, she was still in and out of R. Kelly's life even up until recently, so she would have known who Azrael was prior to Larry be involved. And I don't recall Larry actually reporting that he had a connection with Rashana. When did that connection begin? Do we know that? If that is alleged?
I didn't hear you. I
She
barely heard you.
she was saying, she was asking, she doesn't recall Larry having a relationship with Rashana. Um, but if he did, when did that occur?
They were saying Angel Kroll put up everybody together.
Oh, Angel Crow. Oh, that's right. It does say that in the paperwork.
Oh,
In
so
this
it's alleged
newspaper,
that the prosecution.
It's in, yeah, the one he filed yesterday.
it's in the one, this new one. I'll bring it up. That's what I was saying. A lot of this, what he wrote, didn't sound like allegations. It sounded like, he for sure.
Yeah, when you feel like you've got all these different things pointing in the same direction, he has a preponderance of evidence that is saying the same thing consistently. So he feels sure of what he has.
But preponderance of the evidence is used for civil cases. No, we're dealing with a criminal situation.
Well, hold on. Beyond a reasonable doubt, that's the standard when you try and determine someone innocent or guilty in a criminal trial. Prior to that, you can use probable cause, preponderance of the evidence, but preponderance of the evidence, that is the bar for civil cases. But for certain stages in a criminal case, you got probable cause, preponderance of the evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, and but beyond reasonable doubt, that's for someone to determine someone's innocence or guilt.
I want to respond to NT. They said
Go ahead.
he's going to tell on people. He absolutely is. Larry has said repeatedly he has a folder on everybody. So anybody that did any card cracking with him, PPP loans, any, credit stuff, he's got a file on you. And I think that's why most people are still supporting him and doing his dirty work, because he has something on him. I think he has something on fake cousin Levi.
Now, I have so many questions. So here's the thing. I want to say that I don't personally. I've heard Mr. Larry's story. I've heard the things that are pushed forward in the case and that sort of stuff. These motions are new, so I will say I'm ignorant to those. But I will say that I have never read or seen anything that to me substantiated that Mr. Larry was involved in the ways that you alleged. I do know that he took the family in, and that they pretty much they used that as like a safe place, and he and his family, helped support Azriel, that sort of thing. But just saying that he showed them the video or showed her the Surviving R. Kelly series, that in and of itself doesn't necessarily mean that she would have believed whatever was in that series or what have you. And that my understanding is that at times she would get off from that and go in the other room and still be speaking to Joy, still speaking to, R. Kelly, and then eventually decided, based upon what we saw with the Shabazz video, to speak with the prosecutors as well. And because he had the connection to the prosecutor, he had a line to say, hey, I can get you in touch with someone, when she said that that's what she wanted to
Why
do.
was he talking to her to begin with?
Her father, based upon what we heard, is that the father had gotten in contact with him. He had some sort of connections in Chicago to try to help locate her after seeing
Wait a minute.
based upon what, now again, it truly enlighten me if there's something different here. But
okay, let me explain rather than going all around the bush. Angelo was told by Mr. McGee that he could get Azriel in front of Drake. Drake was doing a residency in Las Vegas at the time. Larry needed to get her in Las Vegas before he could do anything else. He lured her there with the pretense of Drake. He used his wife, Janine. He used his stepdaughter, Jazz, to talk to her, to tell her they were going to get her in the Drake concert. They just needed to get her to Vegas. When her birthday came, they bought her a cake. told Angelo to bring her by the house. They wanted to celebrate her birthday. To my knowledge, that was the first time they met her, which was December 30th, 2019. His stepdaughter, Jazz, told her, this is what I believe, that they could get an audition with Drake, and that's what had Azriel spend the night at their house. Azriel didn't know these people. She met them 2 days before. Why would she spend the night at their house? Complete strangers. So you had to dangle something in front of her that was so powerful that she would have done that. And everybody knew she loved Drake. If Larry is talking to Angelo on a daily basis, he knows that. Drake is doing a residency in Vegas. Bingo. We get her here, tell her, do some music. We're going to get it to Drake. You get her in Vegas. Come over. We're going to have a birthday celebration. You get her a cake. The younger daughter starts talking to her about dance and the things they have in common. I could get you an audition with Drake. Angelo leaves town. Azriel stays behind. And that's when they put Surviving R. Kelly on all the TVs, even though she said she didn't want to talk about Robert. They put her on the phone with other females. I believe Faith Rogers, Javante Cunningham, Lisa Van Allen, and whoever else they had. And then ultimately they put her with Rashana Landfair. If you pay attention when she does precedence in Chicago, the first thing out of her mouth is Shona was still seeing Rob. When she got to Chicago, she was pissed. So whatever happened a day or two before that is what pissed her off. And according to this motion, it's when she met Rashana and they had a conversation. And they learned whatever they learned about Robert with each other. So they were women scorned in a nutshell. Larry had no business talking to her. He had no business interfering. He didn't know her. Angelo is her father. He could do whatever. But Tasha K didn't know her. Larry didn't know her. They interfered in a federal investigation. They interfered with federal witnesses or potential witnesses, and they conspired to influence the outcome of 2 federal trials.
Okay, so here's the thing. So based upon what is described, Azrael called her dad, said, "Hey, come and get me," or whatever. She got him. He came and got her, and then he took her to Vegas because he wanted her to be somewhere where nobody would find them. You know, of course, if he took her back to Baltimore, people would find them, so on and so forth. So he took her there, and then Larry took the family in, you know, temporarily for that situation. So in that situation, if she still can go anywhere else, correct, Angie? Like, why is it assumed that just because if her father took her there, what is she supposed to do? She doesn't know. She's been sequestered. Her only system has been R. Kelly, right? So she's going to go with whoever, assuming that she's with her father, these people are safe, and that she goes there. And just because he happened to take her into the house, that means that he intentionally interfered? Because she wouldn't have known.
I didn't say it. Larry said it. Watch the video where Larry says it out of his own mouth. How do you think I got the idea? Larry said it. If you tell me this is what you did and all the evidence supports it, why wouldn't I believe you?
That he showed her the video, but showing her surviving R. Kelly, for instance, if my niece just left here, she's been here at my house for almost
I
a
didn't
month.
hear that part, Nancy.
Hold on.
I was just saying, like, for instance, if somebody comes to my house and suppose something's on the news about, you know, for instance, I have a relative or whatever that's on the news, and the person says, "Yeah, do you want to see it? I can show it to you if you want." And they say, "Yeah," and I turn it on. How is that interfering? That person asked me to look at it.
Hold on. Let me explain what she's saying.
Okay.
Okay. Which you're absolutely right. What she is saying is that when Larry said, "I did this, I did that, I did all of this," and an attorney will take that, you saying that you did this, that, and the third, and use it against you. That's what she's saying.
Mm.
Yeah. So if you sit up there and say, I did this, I did that, I did this, and third, they can use it against you. Yeah.
Mm.
So that's what. But you're right. Showing someone a video, even showing someone email communications, whatever, isn't against the law and that doesn't amount to witness tampering unless it's done up under some type of threat, intimidation, control, that type of stuff,
Yeah.
right? Because with crimes, you have to meet a certain bar in order for it to qualify as a crime. What she is saying is that, he said, he has a few famous videos where he, he admits to doing different things with regards to the case, and so it was fair game.
Why did he get a 5K one letter departure for the R. Kelly case?
Yeah.
It's in his sentencing report, page 54. I can send it to you if you want.
Mm, mm. I
He got
mean,
3 departures. One was for, we believe, the R. Kelly case, because on the next page, he's talking about his blog and how he has helped women who had been abused. And the only thing he had been doing is the R. Kelly case. So you get a departure. One of your departures is for a case where you did nothing. That doesn't add up.
Can I say something? And I'm trying to keep in mind like the 2 celebrity cases. You got R. Kelly, you got Diddy, and I'm not gonna get into it. But for instance, in the Diddy case, you know, all of these people have flat out immunity agreement. Like there's not this kind of conjecture or speculation. These people have full out immunity agreements that are documented that we can see. Like that has to be all very transparent. But in the R. Kelly case, I don't know that I saw anything like that, which is the reason why I've always held to did not think that Mr. Larry was involved at the level that people think. Why did he
Have
not
you ever seen his sentencing report?
just on the YouTube as people have mentioned it? I have not, seen it in detail, so I won't speak to that.
I didn't hear her, Angie. What?
she said
Just the
no. She
people
only
talking about it
seen
on
it.
YouTube,
Seen it. People talk about it on YouTube. Not.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Angie, and I want you to look at that, and then go to page 54, and then you tell me, why would a man get a 5K1 letter for a case that he did nothing in?
Okay, I'll be happy to read it. And also, Angie, I'm sorry, you know me, I'll start asking a bunch of questions.
Go
If you
ahead.
want to go ahead and read the motion, please do. This is all just news to me, and I'm also trying to just understand Miss Windbush's perspective and where we're coming from, and then use that to inform the reading as it is whenever you want to get around to it. So don't let me hold you up.
Oh, no. Yeah, we got time. I
Okay.
got time anyway. But no. And I think the issue is, now here's the thing, right? When it comes to immunity, um, I believe only Demetrius Smith is the only one that has received immunity,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I don't
No,
know
a
about
bunch of people did.
the Illinois case, but I'm pretty sure in the New York case it was only Demetrius. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know about the Illinois case, because I can't remember that right now. But in New York, I'm pretty sure it was just
I think it
Demetrius.
was Geronda too. Because remember, she lied about her age.
Well, but I don't think they
Was her
were
own.
holding her. I don't think they were penalizing her, because you get immunity when you're going to criminal. You're
Criminal.
gonna,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you're gonna. Child, I'm so confused now. I'm
Well,
hearing some stuff. I'm all over the place now. Wait a minute, y'all. Okay, when you're going to you're going to possibly confess to crimes that you may have committed. So um and lying about your age isn't always a crime,
Mhm.
but that goes into consent. So that goes into a different area that I beat the broom with that. But what I'm saying is it's like what I think what people are maybe missing, and I don't care either way, is that the fact that when you say something, um, and you ride on it or whatever, it can be used against you. Whether it's true or not, it can be used against you. The only saving grace you may have is if they find out that it's not true. But I don't know. The only way they can, one of the only ways they can possibly find out that what Larry has said or what anyone has said is not true is that maybe Jane Doe says that it's not true. Whoever he named, in his videos and when he claimed this and claimed that, that it's not true. That's probably like the only way. Um, that would be a saving grace, something that could work in his favor. But I mean, I get it. Like again, I don't care either way. It's just that you have to be
Careful of what?
careful of what you say because it can be used against you. Or careful of what you do because it definitely can be used against you. You know what I'm saying? It can come back to to bite you in the ass, and that might have not been your intentions. You know what I'm saying?
But
You know,
wasn't this all litigated in court though? I recall, and I hate to get back to this, and I'm going to shut up and just listen to the motion and listen to what y'all got to say. And I'm not just to be clear as well, Ms. Windbush, because I know you don't necessarily know me. Uh, I'm not on any side. I don't have an issue with Mr. Larry. I don't have an issue with Mr. Levi. And so I'm not on a side necessarily, but I also want everything, even the R. Kelly situation, I want it to be just and done correctly. And I also want to understand everybody's perspective. That's my only approach. At the same time, I felt like when that went before the judge, there was quite a bit of conversation there surrounding what was his involvement. Was he given something because of his involvement directly with this case, so on and so forth, and that was all discussed in open court. There was a filing, and then there was this open discussion in open court where none of that came to be confirmed. And we're saying that now we need to revisit that again because there's more evidence, or that the same evidence that's there was not properly litigated. Is that which one is being alleged now?
I can barely. You're not talking to the thing now. I can't hear you on the screen now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I couldn't quite hear her question. Is she saying there's no proof that he's an informant?
No.
No. I'm asking for clarity on what is the allegation right now, because in open court, all of the stuff, the references to Larry, his sentencing, all that was discussed in open court, and it was found at that time that he was actually not directly involved in this case. Are you saying that there is now new evidence that needs to be explored, or are you saying that it was not properly litigated the first time in front of a judge?
Angie, I just sent you his sentencing report. Could you pull that up and go to page 54?
Hold on.
Did you see it? I just
I got
emailed
it.
it. Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Page 54. Hold on. I thought I thought it was said that they thanked him for his his assistance in, I think, 3 cases. And I know that um,
Well, we don't have to guess. We can go right to the court document.
right, we can go right, but I'm just
I
saying,
would
and I
rather
know
get
that,
on that.
a lot of it is it was redacted, so I know that.
But page 54 is not.
Okay, let's go to it.
Well, 53 is where it says the 3 sentencing. Matter of fact, I'm going to copy this
Okay,
page and
y'all,
send it
it's
to
up
you.
there. Okay, you said 53, right? It
Right.
says the 3.
Okay. Wait, Mr. McGee has provided useful.
Where you at?
It was at the top of the screen I was reading. It had already started to reference him at line 1. I was reading there.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My review. Okay. That Mr. McGee has provided useful and significant information that the government concurs in that evaluation of the assistance rendered. Indeed, in the present matter, before me, 2 significant convictions were obtained against co-defendants. So that's about the people he was working with. Mr. McGee's
Right.
explanation of the scheme and the involvement of others was no doubt a factor in those guilty pleas, and he's to be entitled to a departure for that alone. Significantly, he assisted another prosecution entity, another sovereign, in another matter related to Mr. Arena, so that must be somebody else in his case, and has been relayed to me. The investigators in the matter were quite satisfied with the information provided and indeed indicated that it saved them years of work. The other matter has been subject of cooperation, and I have received information from that government in camera that indicates that this additional cooperation has been considered by the government to be significant and useful. The court determines that on the record before me that the truthfulness, completeness, and reliability of that information has been unquestioned by individuals who relayed information to me. I have nothing from a government or reliable source indicating that Mr. McGee has been anything other than reliable, truthful, and complete in his matters of cooperation with the state and federal authorities. The nature and the extent of the assistance appears to be extensive historically and providing background information, and that is given the breadth across jurisdictions and the nature of those schemes and importance of having an individual with insider knowledge makes such assistance substantial because of the insider status. The fourth factor is whether the defendant suffered or there's any danger or risk of the defendant. Should I continue to read on, or did I already read the part that you were saying on page 54? Because what I read on page 54 was about his case that he was involved in, that he helped cooperate with that, what he's always been forthcoming with. So I don't want to hold y'all up. I'll continue to read if I overlook something or if it's more to come. Okay. The fourth factor.
What was she reading from?
No, she read page 54. She was
Okay.
reading into 55. What she's saying is she don't see where it says that he received anything for his cooperation with for the assistance of R. Kelly.
Because that part is redacted, but it says another federal district on page 53, and then on 54, he's talking about his blog with young girls. And we all know that he didn't talk about anything but the R. Kelly case. So those are things that have to be. Here, I'm sending you a video. Could you play this?
Yeah, hold on.
Do I need to go back up to 53?
Let's go to the horse's mouth, as Rob likes to say.
Okay.
All right, and I appreciate both sides providing information, so I fully consider the motion. Under this motion, the court has the authority to depart from the guidelines of the court. Concludes after review of the 5 statutory factors that the defendant has provided substantial assistance in the investigation or prosecution of another person who has committed an offense. I am told that 3 separate matters that Mr. McGee provided assistance on. One in the matter pending, so in this matter, that was pending in the court or is pending in this court. Mr. Arena and Mr. Modesti, I guess, have both pleaded guilty and have been sentenced, and that's the partial basis for the departure that has been made before me. In related case, Mr. McGee provided assistance. So again, they continue on talking about again this arena. So the people they're referencing here, as I'm interpreting this and my reading comprehension, says that this is saying that he did that for matters related to his case in the state and federal, which he's admitted to. And so I will
Right.
in a related case, Mr. McGee provided assistance regarding Mr. Arena, for which he is pled guilty in a state matter. So you have the two federal cases and the state matter. I have also received information from the United States. It's covered up by the chat. Angie, can you scroll
Hold
up?
on. Yeah. Hold on.
I
Okay.
know you're doing a lot.
Download this video.
Okay, it's okay.
Hold on. I can go ahead.
Okay. I've also received information from the United States government, from the United States concerning a matter in another federal district, and have taken that into consideration as part of the overall determination as to the appropriate departure. I review the camera submission, so on and so forth. So I already read 54. So you're saying that, so I think she's thinking that 20 through 23, lines 20 through 23, when they said another federal district, that is the R. Kelly case?
Okay, now play the video, Angie.
Wait a minute.
You got to have all the information.
Wait a minute. What you sent me? This is this a video?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
If all you can play is the audio, that's fine.
No, I got it. Because no, it's coming up as just an image. This is coming up as an image. It's not coming up as a video.
Did you hit the link?
Hold on. I just got his image. Oh, I got it. Never mind, I got it. Hold on. Share this. Okay, here we go.
So we looking at here, we got a before and after. I know about the time that you spent with her all 3 times. I was there, but I wasn't visible. I was always there. I can understand about how you feel about the before, because I witnessed the before and I witnessed the after. I know about the time that you spent 3 times. The middle is me. 3 hours. All of the information. I got the actual people on the phone. She made the decisions. She made the decisions of her own, and it was not easy. It was days and days and days of crying. It was hours and hours and hours of footage. It was indictments. It was phone calls. It was a lot of different things, and it was a lot of information that she just did not know. I think what really made what solidified what you showed her was his absence. The story if he was out. I don't think so. Not after what I showed her. Like not how she took it. It's not just me. It's not just me that dealt with her. It's my girl. It's my mom. It's my. What you're trying to say is that no matter how much I showed her that the things that he was telling her were lies, and she went on national TV and did what she did, you don't think that had nothing to do with her realizing that, this motherfucker. I can't believe. I think all of that has something to do with it, but I think what solidified her actions was his absence. Everything came into play, but what I give her the courage and the strength to go on is because there were other people in her ear and he wasn't there to defend it. Had he been there to defend it, I don't think it would have turned out the same way. She was vulnerable. I'm not saying what you did was wrong. I'm not saying what you did was right, but she was vulnerable. Anybody could have came in and slid in her ear and told her anything because the nigga not dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I think if R. Kelly, honestly, if R. Kelly would have been out on bail, if he was granted bail, I don't think Asriel would have flipped. If R. Kelly was in the streets, Asriel wouldn't have flipped, in my opinion. He got the cable cut back on in the trunk from here. Paid for it here. Was supposed to go to Chicago, break the phone, so they couldn't call. You hear me? To break her phone. Her and her friend named Taylor. To break her phone. And her and Taylor was gonna make her. Even though I have somebody that's super close to the family, we have to stick to what's said under oath. We have to. We have to. Won't he do it? She did good on that stage. She got off. I sent her a message while she was up, before she went up there, and then when she got off. Fuck out of here. I gave your daughter $3,100, and I bought your wife $2,500 worth of shit. All of a sudden, one day, she changed her number. She probably didn't do it because of me, but she changed it. I called one day, and I couldn't get through. So whatever, text message from no fucking body. Tasha K had changed her fucking number. I ain't even had access to it. You probably hated on her to me, hated on me. You know what? All of a sudden, one day, she changed her number. She probably didn't do it because of me, but she changed it. I called one day, and I couldn't get through. So whatever.
I ain't calling a motherfucking shot from the motherfucking day.
1.6. They're gonna pay it. YouTube's gonna pay it. Somebody gonna pay it. I'll pay it as I have to. They're gonna pay it. Somebody coming by my house, doing all these different things. Man, come on, man. I'm welcome to be on here giving commentary. I'm welcome to be on here giving commentary about R. Kelly, man. Y'all fucking with me. Motherfuckers that's real hostile, they all going to jail. It's time. It's been about 2 years. They know.
So that's in him in his own words.
I think I'll just listen to the reading of the motion. I heard that what you just shared, and I appreciate that information. And I've listened to whole lives with Mr. Larry and that sort of thing. I'm not a Mr. Larry basher at all. He's always been cool with me. As far I don't have a personal issue with him. I see what you're trying, why you have your interpretation and your perspective. At the same time, like I can't go off of just what's pieced together. But I see that you have interpreted some of that as these are confessions because you're much more intimately involved in the situation. For me, I'm still unable to see some of that, but I'm open to hearing what your perspective, and that's what I want to understand.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because what I heard him say as well was it was her choice. She wanted to look at it, and that there were days of her kind of decompressing from the environment she had been in. There was crying and all these things, and that she was talking to multiple people in the household, pretty much trying to figure out like kind of what's going on, back and forth. So I really do want to hear the motion and I will continue to, just hear your perspective and understand that perspective at the same time. I'm not picking a side on one way or the other, but I would like to see the evidence and stand on the side of justice. And if Mr. R. Kelly has been mistreated or if he's, there's been corruption, widespread corruption that you're describing, then I definitely think he deserves to be heard. So I'm very interested to see what we get here.
Can y'all hear?
Yeah.
Oh, y'all can hear. Yeah.
Any other questions, Angie?
No, I don't have any other questions. I'm trying to see.
I want to see where he's
Just
referenced.
try,
What
I'm
layer?
just trying to get into this legal stand. I'm just trying to look and see what the legal standard is. Newly discovered evidence. Okay. All right. So they're going that angle. Newly discovered evidence. Um, I can start reading.
Do you want me to jump in and help read? Let me know. Otherwise, I'll mute up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
All right, well, you all go on and read that. If she doesn't have another question for me, then I'll sign off, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming on through, ma'am.
Thank you for having me.
I do have one last question. You mentioned
Okay.
Mr. Levi is going to some sort of way be involved in these proceedings as well. What's the allegation on that?
Did she ask me a question?
Yeah, she said you mentioned that Mr. Levi could possibly be added into these allegations at some point. She says, what's the what would his involvement be? I guess.
Well, he's been committing fraud on the internet for the past 6 years, pretending to be a cousin as he collects money. That's criminal behavior. But he and Larry have been doing things, uh, obviously, that Larry feels he has a hold on him. And so when Larry gets hemmed up, he's going to bring other people to the table to reduce his time. So his wife, his daughter, Levi, anybody that's in the sector that has dealt with him, that has done any type of transactions, he's a federal informant. That's what he does, brings people to the feds. So whoever has done business with him, and anybody that's aiding and abetting him now, he is a federal informant that is under investigation. So as he solicits people to help him do things, anyone that does it is knowingly committing a crime, and you're part of a RICO racketeering enterprise right now. He is in paperwork. He's listed as a federal informant, and it is stated by an officer of a court he is under investigation. So if people help him, like Levi's helping him, now you've entered his RICO racketeering crime family. Well, he's always in it, but now you have uh, you can't you have no plausible deniability.
You mean Larry's? When you say he's up on an investigation, you talking about as far as this new paperwork or some other investigation?
Yeah, Bo Bradley stated very clearly
Uh,
he's investigating
oh, okay.
all of this. And that's in the previous motion. So he has made it crystal clear the federal informant is under investigation. So when the federal informant goes on his channel and says, I want people to help me do this, and I want you to do this with me, anybody that helps him, you're aiding and abetting criminal behavior, and you are now a part of his RICO racketeering criminal enterprise.
Okay. Got it. Okay, I got the understanding. Yeah,
I mean,
this is
that's how
more.
they hemmed Robert up, right? They said he had a RICO racketeering, and the person that booked the travel, you're a part of the enterprise. The person that picked him up, you're a part of the enterprise. The person that went out and got food for him, you're a part of the enterprise because you allowed the behavior uh, to continue. Whether you had knowledge or not, you were assisting the process. So everybody in Oak Cove is a part of it. And then those that are a part of Oak Cove but pretend they're not, like Levi and all the others, they are a part of the McGee criminal enterprise.
Mm, yeah. Well, I mean, they are handing out Ricos like they handing out Halloween candy now. So
Right.
I mean, so it's not that hard to get in a Rico. Oh,
And
Lord.
especially when you have knowledge that this person is a federal informant and now you're going to assist them. Now you're knowingly engaging in the behavior. So,
Mm, I get it. Well, I sure do appreciate you coming through and bringing some context to what's going on, because
okay.
it is kind of hard to follow. But anytime, ma'am, anytime.
Well,
Okay.
thank
Talk to you
you.
guys later.
Yeah, thank you
All
for
righty.
expressing yourself.
Bye.
Um,
What'd you say, Mo?
I was just saying, thank to her for expressing herself. Even if my views don't align, for her to articulate herself, I can always appreciate that from another person. I don't interpret, I think, the things the way that she does, but I understand better now what her mentality is around all of this. Does it make sense? That's about the
Yes,
most I
ma'am.
can say on it.
Yes, ma'am. And I only looking at it from the legal part of it. My emotions are set aside. I'm just looking at it from the legal part of it and what the bar is and how uh, certain behaviors can be interpreted, right? How it
Mhm.
can be used against you, you know. I mean, and as we know, everything is fair game.
But being a play cousin on the internet is not a crime. Or
No, that's not a crime. I know that's a crime. I mean, that's not a crime. But
and
I
when
mean,
she
I was talking
posted
about the
the
other
page
things.
54s, yeah, the page 54 thing, and I could see, perhaps I could certainly see a lawyer or someone trying to use some of what she's saying there in that way. I just think for me, when I pull it apart more, it's still like it doesn't fully stand up. Like even what she was saying on those pages in the pre-sentencing report, all of that to me was referencing the cases that he's is still saying he gave information about the two people in the various cases that they're all involved in. I didn't get to the part about, I wanted to see the part where she said that there was a reference to his blog or whatever, to see what context that was referenced in. But what I
Right.
read on page 54, I did not interpret at all as being a reference to him supporting the R. Kelly case at all, but more so that he had, when he got before the legal entities or what have you, and they were asking him like how the whole his own case got put together, that that he gave accurate information that helped them piece together how it was working, which Larry, at least in my experience of listening to him, and I'm not close to him or have a stock in that at all, but that he's always admitted, like, hey, those people had money, they had already ran off, I didn't, they left me out here to dry, I wasn't gonna go down, harder than them for the whole operation. So yeah, I said what I needed to say because they weren't answering the phone, and I was in a bad situation and they were going to throw me under the bus. So that part to me aligns with what Larry has said in the past, which is, yeah, I told on them. And then I did give Azrael a number to get in contact with the feds because I had had my own contact with the feds. So where does this say? Is this where it references the blog or his videos?
Hold Hold on for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Not you. Hold on.
Oh,
Because I don't know if there's somebody trying to bum me or not.
oh, is somebody trying to join?
Yeah, hold on. Hold on.
Or you
You
looked
won't
at him
get me.
before?
I
Okay.
don't know who this is. Hold on. Yeah. Hello?
White power! White power! White power, nigger! White.
Oh my gosh. Here we go.
You got yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well,
um
continue on because that's ignorance, um,
yeah.
childishness. But can you go to wherever they reference? Because here's the thing, I don't. She has the right to her viewpoints. At the same time, I want to fully understand where those viewpoints derive from, and if they align with just general reason and logic. So if things were said, I'm not trying to. Again, I don't have a horse in the race one way or the other, but I want to make sure that I understand her perspective before we read this new motion to see if it checks out with what she's suggested. And I also saw people in the chat as well supporting that narrative, and I don't have a problem with that. I'm just trying to get my own reading comprehension of what's being laid out here.
All right. Well, okay.
The other matter has also been subject of corroboration, and I received information from the government in camera. What does in camera mean? Like
in camera means in the judge's chamber.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
In camera that indicates that this additional cooperation has been considered by the government to be significant and useful. So that's, again, still referring to his own cases and the people that he was connected with. The court determines that on the record before me, the truthfulness, completeness, and reliability of the information has been unquestioned by individuals who have relayed information to me. I have nothing from a government or reliable source indicating that Mr. McGee has been anything other than reliable, truthful, and complete in his matters of cooperation with the state and federal authorities. So the New York case and then the 2 federal cases. All right.
Okay, I mean, hold on.
The nature and extent of the assistance appears to be extensive historically. I think I already read some of that, so I'm going to skip down.
Okay.
The fourth factor is whether the defendant suffered or there's a danger or risk of the defendant or his family resulting from his assistance. There's always a risk of such risks. There's always a risk of such risks anytime anyone does cooperate. My overall assessment of this, based on the in-camera submissions, is that Mr. McKee suffers a higher than ordinary risk of such danger, and I'm taking that into consideration in determining my overall sentence. In terms of the timeliness of the defendant's assistance, I'm told from the government that Mr. McGee cooperated in a timely fashion in the matter before me and in the other state matter and in other federal matters, and has been unwavering in his ability and desire to provide such assistance. So I find on the record before me that Mr. McGee is entitled to a substantial departure from the guidelines calculated at step 1. I previously calculated them at 51 to 63 months. I will vary or depart rather down 7 levels at step 2 to 24 to 30 months in light of the cooperation and the government's motion. Let me ask the United States whether they wish to address the motion any further. The United States does not wish to address the motion any further. All right, Mr. Brownstein, no, it's a guidelines discretionary and we'll move forward. All right. We then turn to step 3 of the sentencing process. Here I offer Mr. Brownstein the opportunity to make arguments in mitigation of the sentence, to offer any additional evidence he wishes the court to consider. And Mr. McGee, I invite you to address the court personally if there's anything you want me to know before I pronounce the sentence. And Mr. Brownstein may take those up in the order he sees fit. Mr. Brownstein, I think Mr. McGee would like to address the court, and I'd like to have him address the court first if the court doesn't mind. All right, so here is what Mr. Larry gets to say. Mr. McGee, good afternoon again, sir. Dear Honorable Judge Noel Hillman, I understand that my actions caused us to be here today. The court, Mr. McGee, can you speak up a little more loudly for me, because I can hear you, but just barely. Maybe I'll turn my volume up a little. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I'm part of the problem. Sorry, go ahead. Mr. Honorable Judge Noel Hillman, I understand that my actions have caused us to be here today. I'm very sorry and aware of my efforts in this case. I am guilty. I knew what I was doing was wrong. I placed the burden on my uncaused family. I should not have participated in any of this. The effect of my actions has caused uncertainty in my household. I recently, 2-3 years, just moved over here in search of a better education and schools in the area for my kids. My wife depends on me greatly. All of my kids are under my roof. I have embarrassed my family and friends. My 2 eldest daughters recently graduated from college, and here I am in federal court about to be sentenced. It is unbearable to look at my kids' face regarding this topic, and everybody is still trying to show me sympathy. But it was just stupid, and I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm I just want to move forward. I have a plan to pay Synchrony their money back. I should have never got involved in this. I should have never got involved with him. I knew what I was doing was wrong. I can't, and you got to scroll down. I can't lie and say certain people in my life told me it was a bad idea. It was a bad idea, but I was trying to put my family ahead. It was stupid. It was so stupid. I just wish I would have did things different. I get out of this. I'm going to trucking school, which he has now done. I do not want to disappoint my wife, my kids. I won't be back in nobody's court, and I'm going to continue to advocate against human trafficking. I'm going to keep going with that. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. McGee. Thank you, Mr. Brownstein. So is that the reference to the human trafficking stuff that she was talking about?
Okay, I get out of this. I'm going to school. I do not want to disappoint my wife again. Now I'm back in the wife's car. I'm going to continue to advocate against human trafficking. I'm going it could be.
Let me see if there's any other references. Well, I think all of that has said, Judge. I don't think, Mr. McGee, as I put in my sentencing memo, I don't think I need to enhance more of what I said in my sentencing memo and to me, my credibility is very important before a court. Maybe in my 47-year career of doing this, I've recommended maybe the number of fingers on my hands that someone shouldn't go to jail. Ask for non-custodial sentence. I don't do that lightly. I don't do that because to me, it's very important that I have credibility with this court. This court has known me probably 25 years when he was an assistant U.S. attorney, and it's very important to me that I say is taken as gospel and as true, that I would not in any way ask for something I don't think is appropriate. I think if the court has departed down to 24 months, it is a discretionary guideline number. I think personally that, and as I said, Mr. McGee should be a non-custodial sentence. The reasons why I have already articulated, and he's still doing things to help individuals in society. His blog, here we go. His blog is still helping young women, still helping little girls, still helping society to prevent predators and pedophiles from preying on those young children, vulnerable children. I think that's a stop that I think that to stop him and prevent him from continuing his assistance in many different areas, putting him in custody will not accomplish anything but hurt the good that he's done, the good that he's continuing to do, and the good it is in helping all these young women. His daughters help with the blogs. They basically try to assist in pain and helping these young kids that have been traumatized, and he's continuing to do that, and he does it every day. And again, Judge, if the court feels that there has to be some sort of sentence other than non-custodial, I would ask the court to sentence him to a house arrest. The court can sentence him up to a year, 10 months to a year on house arrest. This way, at least he can continue the good things he's doing. He will not be separated from his family, but more importantly, because everyone has that issue, as though everyone and anyone I represent has that issue, been separated from their loved one. That's not the main situation here. But the main situation and what I'm asking is because of all of the good that he's doing and all the good that he's done. So to prevent that by incarcerating him accomplishes nothing. It's just another black man going to jail on a nonviolent case. And this mass incarceration is going on in this country, the largest in anywhere in the world. And I don't know if you read Judge Rakoff's book or not. He talks about that, and it is going to accomplish nothing in putting him in custody, Judge. And that's why I sincerely mean what I'm saying. And I don't say it lightly. As I said, I can count on my hands in 47 years that I've requested this, and I believe that what I'm saying is true and necessary and supportive of the record and supportive of helping society and the local people of Las Vegas and elsewhere that he's assisting. That's all I have to say, Judge. Okay, so what I just interpreted that to be is that Larry's attorney made reference to his blog, or his YouTube is what he's referring to, not necessarily a blog, that he's referring to that and saying, hey, Larry, he did a white collar crime, essentially. Yes, he was wrong, but overall he's helped the government to get all these other people who are really the masterminds convicted. And he's also has this blog that he does with his family, or at least his children, and that they use this to try to, address human trafficking, and that his attorney is saying, hey, don't lock him up because he's going to be more helpful in society to continue to be able to do these blogs and to do the right thing, and that his attorney is saying, hey, I'm willing to put my career on the line here to say that this is not one of those people that I'm defending that I think should, go into custody. I didn't read that I didn't interpret it the way that Miss Windbush did, but I understand maybe how she could have possibly, because of her perspective, seen it in a very different way. So, okay, so I guess now I can hear the motion if need be. I just worry about, I don't want to be a part, especially of any false accusations or making, you know what I'm saying, misinterpreting something in a way that is damaging to anyone, whether that's R. Kelly or whether that's Mr. Larry or Mr. Levi. And I just don't, right now I'm not seeing that part, but I will use this as context once we, get into the motion and see what I think there.
Yeah, keep talking for a minute.
Okay. So I'm gonna go back to I gotta exit my full screen here so I can see what other people are saying, because I could be totally wrong in my perspective here. He was a scammer that scammed people of $12 million. Here's the thing, and he hasn't, Mr. Jenkins, lock him up at the door with a key. I don't know who that is, but I will say this. He hasn't denied that. He's paid his debt to society, and, done his time. I don't know about his restitution and all that. I haven't followed his case like that, so I don't know, but he did what he needed to do. The same way that I feel like whenever or if R. Kelly ever, makes it out, if he's served his debt to society and is doing what he's supposed to do, then I think everybody deserves a fresh chance to do that. I think just because he cooperated in his own case, and obviously he did have Azriel in his home, he doesn't deny that. I don't know that I can interpret that alone as being an informant and part of it. Like, my understand. You have still talk shit about it. Oh, okay. I don't know about all that.
Don't read mine.
Okay, I won't.
Don't read mine.
Okay, I'm getting out. I don't want to get into
I
that.
know. That's what I was saying.
So for people who have heard me read this, am I misinterpreting this? Again, I only have a doctorate, and so I think my reading comprehension is pretty good. And I'm kind of with Jennifer a little bit. How does Larry benefit from this? Because, and also here's the part as well that doesn't really align with me, is that if Mr. Larry is a federal informant, then to say, okay, so how, pretty much we'd have to have the government be charged with RICO in order for him to be charged, or say that the government is a part of a larger RICO conspiracy, if what she's saying is true. Because what she's interpreting is that he is already a federal informant, which means he already has the blessing of the government to do these things, collect this evidence, whatever the case may be. But then she's still saying that, well, Mr. Levi and anybody else who's connected with him in this, that they're all going to be a part of the larger RICO case that will be against Mr. Larry. But if Mr. Larry is a federal informant, then there is no RICO case that could be built upon him, because the government is essentially knowing and involved in whatever would be going on. So for me, I feel like I get what she's saying. At the same time, I can't put those two together in the way, like, to me, things start to fall apart once I get my critical thinking involved in it and the layers that could be there. I think I don't understand the benefit for Larry. I also don't understand, even to some degree, the benefit for Mr. Kelly. Because it's already been put out, his involvement has already been put out, that he did have Azriel in his home, yes. but the judges have said that this is it's not relevant to the case. And I would think that by now, all these years later, unless there's new information about his involvement, for instance, if he strapped her down and made her watch Surviving R. Kelly, or if he, intentionally had people give her false information or whatever the case, if there was evidence of that sort of stuff, then I guess we could come back to the table to some degree. But even so, he wasn't with her when she was meeting with the prosecution. He wasn't with her as she continued on. Like, there would have been a lot more steps, I feel like, in the process that he would have had to knowingly tell her, hey, provide false information or what have you. Just giving her access to meet to the federal government or a phone number or what have you. And then if she's like, she's like, hey, the person I'm with is great, it wasn't that bad. And he's like, no, honey. I think that's what all of us would have done if she was in our home, whether we knew her or not. I would have been like, no, honey, they saying something totally different. Right? They're saying, like, this video, if you've seen this documentary, like, there's a whole lot more going on than what you think, sweetheart. Like, just so you know. And then, she might go and talk to my niece or another friend or a cousin or whatever that comes over there. Like, I know you're going through a lot, but yeah, it's, this was not a good situation. And then if you want to watch the documentary, you can. And then she's like, fine, yeah, I will. Because he said the video that she brought up, he said she wanted to do these. She chose on her own to do that, and then pretty much his family had conversations with her about it. I don't see a RICO in that, or that there's that is tampering with a witness, because at that point, at least at the beginning, she wasn't even a witness, right? She agreed to be a witness after she saw the documentary and the emails or whatever between him and Joy finding, or whoever it was, that he was still dealing with somebody else and she didn't know, or took her off of the visitation list and all this other stuff. So she wasn't a witness when he exposed her to that. She became a witness after he, from what he said, gave her the phone number. She called, and then she agreed to be a witness.
Right. So
with a witness before they become a witness, can you?
No. Okay. So what they're alleging is after his alleged intervention, then she became a witness. You understand what I'm saying? Against Mr. Kelly. Right. But here's where this is where you kind of have to be a lawyer to know what is going on, what is taking place, right? Mm-hmm. So because if you're just looking at it on its face or whatever, it's kind of confusing, and you could actually see where it does not meet the bar. But you got to understand the strategy that the attorney is going for, right? Okay. So he is aiming for going for a particular strategy. Okay. Mm-hmm. So in doing so, he has conflated all of these individual issues together all in one, right? Because he just made one motion. Okay. I mean, he made several, but I'm just saying this the first one and this last one, right? Mm-hmm. And he have all of these issues, which would actually be separate issues filed in separate jurisdictions and with separate entities, right? Mm-hmm. But he has them all tied all up into one, in one, right? Okay, so we know the optimal goal is to get in front of Mr. Trump, although he said, we plan to, he tried to make that a secondary. He tried to act as if asking for a furlough because R. Kelly's life is in imminent danger due to the Aryan Brotherhood and all that other stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you got that going on.
As well as widespread corruption. Overall, what I hear in this
widespread corruption.
He's trying to say that there's this huge network of corruption related to the government that makes it that R. Kelly didn't get a fair trial, and now he's not getting a fair sentence experience.
Right, and as well as his life is in danger, and there was some um, government for some prosecutorial misconduct. And keep in mind, prosecutorial misconduct is what a a reason for it could be. It's definitely it can be a constitutional violation,
Yeah.
depending on what it is, right? So you got all so he put a lot in there. He put a lot of what we would call in politics pork in there, right?
Yeah.
Which it may be true, it may not be true. But it's what you can prove.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing you got to keep in mind is what can be proved. Now, if you have somebody and you have enough videos of people of someone saying they did this, they did that, they did this, they did that, if you put it together and present it in a certain way, somebody might bite on it and say, yeah, it looks like this person is involved, way more than they should be and whatever. But does it amount to tampering with the witness?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to understand, well, what is the bar for tampering with the witness? What does that mean? Okay. Did the action that they claim they did, does that amount to tampering with the witness?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it does, but who am I to say? I don't know what all the attorney is alleging, okay? Because he's not going to lay out everything he has in that motion,
It
right?
seems like they're trying to also weave this story together that pretty much the government is using people who have their own legal issues in some way, shape, or form, waving carrots before them, saying, hey, if you help us with this case, if you go and get us information that we otherwise couldn't get, if you can help us turn people witnesses that don't want to be witnesses, then we'll cut you all deals. Or if whether the cellmate, whether it was Mr. Larry, whatever, he's trying to weave that story. At least that's how I'm interpreting what I'm hearing Miss
Right.
say. And I can see how, again, like you said, if you put all of that together, you could try to use some of that evidence in that way. But at the same time, would that not be similar to what people have said? Like, for instance, the whole Debo case.
That's
Right?
what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. They
Yeah.
locked Debo ass up, right? And he had to get a deferred prosecution, right?
Uh-huh.
To pretty much essentially get out of it. But they locked him up on a video that what he said, and I don't believe he was. Well, I know he wasn't going to go do anything to no prosecutors or whatever, but the prosecutors signed on to it. They you understand what I'm saying? Acted as if they was unclear of what he meant, or they were sure that he meant that he was coming to do them, do harm to them. Now, actually, I'm saying that wrong. They meant that he was. They thought he meant that he was coming to do harm to them. They even allegedly went through the cash apps and found out what people was saying. Hashtag 30 rounds, and they was thinking that the 30 rounds actually mean ammunition.
Yeah.
So they was able to weave that together and arrest his ass. So you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
So
I think the difference was that he also was out in front of the building saying, hey, if you don't have the guts for this and all that. Whereas Larry has made his statements are a little bit more vague, but I hear what you're saying.
but he wasn't out. I don't think Debo was out in front of the building saying that, was he? I think he said it online, right? If you
Yeah,
don't
but
have the guts for this.
yeah, I thought they were showing the building, or at some point somebody
They
showed the
showed
building.
the building. They showed the building. They
Yeah.
did. They
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
They
And
did.
then was
Yeah.
saying if you don't have the guts for this, whatever the case would be. But I feel like with Larry though, I get it. Here's the thing, I can understand both sides. For me, I still feel like it's a little far out. But I
It
get
is. It
I
is.
get that the lawyers are trying to create this narrative that could potentially, at least if their goal is to get in front of the current administration, so that there's a suggestion, especially since we have a administration that has, coined the term waste, fraud, abuse, corruption. Those are things that they tend to react to. So it seems like that they're trying to put forward, hey, the government that would have been in place at that time was corrupt in some way, was going to all of these people who had charges or what have you, and they've used that to kind of, build their case against him. And if they did, prosecutorial misconduct was involved here, hey, pardon him, get him out. And now he's also at further risk or immediate risk that would need you to make a decision much quicker, because these people are behind bars, potentially trying to harm an innocent person, and again, doing so at the direction of the government.
But also what we see in this brief, right? When did he get in front of wherever he's trying to get in front of and make that argument, right? Make that argument, then that's when he get to make his plea and so on and so forth. So that there's an argument that can come behind this brief as well. So you got to understand the strategy. The strategy is just to get someone's attention, get in front of somebody to argue whatever it is you want to argue. It could be, so I from the legal side, I definitely understand what he's trying to say, what he's trying to use, and whatever. And if I was, a defense attorney or whatever, I mean, and if I wanted to get down with it and dirty with it, I probably use the same shit. If I was going to get down and dirty, but I would never be down and dirty. So, but if that's it, but I work for my client. So that is what, if I can take, I know that, hey, clips here, somebody saying this, whatever, saying out their mouth, and I can use it, I can put that in front of somebody, and the bar is low, meaning probable cause, preponderance of the evidence can get someone arrested, yeah, I'll use it. If you know what I'm saying, that's not the standard to get someone convicted, but that is definitely to get someone arrested or held liable for, because so I mean, it's a lot of moving pieces that's going on, and to look at it, you'll be like, yeah, this is vague, this is not enough, this, looking at it from that lens, yeah, I get that and I see that. But if you're looking at it from the lens of a lawyer, and the bar, it may be just enough to get something, whatever. And to be honest, their aim may not even be, to get Larry in trouble, anything like that, right? The lawyer's aim, right? But he needed to, that was a story that was previously already out here in a motion.
Yeah.
So you take that and you sauce it up a little bit. You don't supposed to lie in them briefs.
Yeah.
You just be persuasive. Okay. So, that's a thin line.
I just can't help but also keep going.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
No, for me, I also, I'm trying to weigh between, I 100% understand and support his lawyers, R. Kelly's lawyers, that is, doing whatever they feel like they can do. Throw everything at the kitchen, but the kitchen sink at this situation, because that's what they're supposed to do for their client, right? So I don't have an issue with that. I understand the strategy behind it. I understand even how some of the stuff could be interpreted or misinterpreted to fit the narrative that's being put forth, and also that they are doing what they've been asked to do, I'm sure, in support of their client, to try to get him free by any means necessary. That's his right. I feel like he should be able to pursue it. I feel like everything that they put forward, like you said, this is not new information. His name was mentioned, Larry's name was mentioned in prior motions and stuff like that, and discussed in open court, even in the transcripts at this point. I get that. I also can't help but, see the other side of the coin, which is how fair or unfair is this to Mr. Larry to continue the narrative or to continue to make claims that he was a direct informant in a case, that sort of stuff. If his perspective is, I took in a person who was in a bad situation, I got involved in the YouTube part of it, I connected with this family, I didn't really know much about them, but when she became free, and because of what my thoughts were and how involved I was in it, I let this person into my house so that she could not be tracked down to, by the people who might have been looking for her or what have you. And then, yes, I did not hold back in if she wanted to see something or having conversations with her about, hey, honey, this is what's going on. It doesn't, to me, I kind of go back and forth about that because it doesn't feel fair to keep putting his name out there in things that's not what he is saying took place. And if some of those things are based upon veiled things like, hey, he's admitted to it in this pre-sentencing report, when a pre-sentencing report doesn't say that, I don't think that's fair. I get it that they have the right to do it, but I also get like this, that doesn't, for me, I struggle with that part of it, of just, and that's why I don't tend to just jump on board with, well, yeah.
Well, to be honest, and this is not coming from no other place but from a place of a professional lens. I don't know why Larry got into this stuff, to be honest. Once I see this and I see that and whatever, and I step away from, a situation or a person, and I'm gonna look at it differently. And then I'm gonna evaluate, I'm gonna go back over everything from the beginning. I don't know nothing. I'm so confused.
Mm-hmm.
And I know how you think and whatever, and I'm not thinking no kind of way because I'm having difficulties with somebody, anybody, whatever. I'm just looking at, I don't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
None of it makes sense. I've got a profile of a person that I believe is very consistent, and I don't know what the I don't know what the the reasons why. I question, was it just being a noble person wanting to help? I mean, when I look and I'm looking like, no, but for everything I know on and off here, it's always something in it to enrich you. So I have to look at it. So I'm looking at it from every angle, and I'm being as fair as I could possibly be. And I just don't say shit or too much or nothing or whatever that I can't. If I can't put my finger on it. So I don't know. I don't know what because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm just saying, it just doesn't make sense. So
I've always thought it. For the record, I will say that I've always wondered the same thing. In that, like, the likelihood of me obviously, I watched the show and immediately, the documentary and got docuseries and got very much into it. Here we are, right? Years later, I got very much
years later, here we go.
I never fully understand the number of people, and it is not just a Mr. Larry thing. The number of people who reached out were able to get actually connect, like strangers off of the street that got intimately connected with some of these families, and and victims, and what actually caused those connections to come to fruition in the way that they did. I think Larry's is possibly one of the most intimate connections because, literally had the star witness leave and come into his home and have, you know, a very close relationship with the entire family for some time. I have always thought all of this is like, how did this even come to be? So that part of it, I'm right there with you in that it's like, who picks up the phone and, or like, for instance, Mr. Angelo. I understand you're trying to look for a place that you found to be safe. Clearly, at that point, he did believe it was safe for his child to be at Larry's house, but like, they were still, you know, this is still a stranger for the most part, you know, but I think they were also in a very interesting situation where they, you know, this is a person who had substantial reach, who knew all of her kind of general connections, that sort of stuff, and could have possibly come to get her. And maybe he did form such a relationship with Larry at some point and believe that he was a safe person. And I do believe at one point Mr. Angelo had also said that he had called around and asked about Larry from some street people that he knew or what have you, and they kind of verified him, I guess, which is part of
that. I heard Levi said that.
Okay, so I don't want to then hold to anything that might not be accurate, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know nothing no more because
It's all
my thing
bizarre.
is, yeah, it's all bizarre. And once you know do all start all that line and all that type of stuff, whatever, and I know that you're lying. I and it, you know, mm. Yeah, I profile not everybody, but I'm just saying it's just something like, oh boy, it's just in me. Now that part is in me. I can't. Now I'm not saying I just with all my friends or whatever I'm profiling. No. When when flags are on the play, I have to go, I have to go to that professional bag that keeps me safe and keeps me and my friends and family, whatever. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? Because I need to know, anticipate your next move, if that's the situation. But so I'm gonna look at it like that. I spent a lot of time up there in that Virginia. So and they taught me well. But what I'm saying is, so I don't know, I don't understand, and then then the case comes up, and then there is a lot of redaction in his file. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, and I can't rely no more on what nobody says because it changes depending on what comes up. It changes. Now, the truth shouldn't change. Sometimes you may forget things, but pretty much that timeline and the truth itself shouldn't change. It shouldn't fluctuate depending on what you know what mood you're in, if you're mad at this person, if you're not, or whatever. Now I went back, I had to go look at some things. I'm like, oh, okay, damn, I was wrong about that, you know, and I'll just be quiet, I mean, because I don't believe in outing people that I think it's cool or whatever. I just won't say shit, I'm like, oh shit, but other than that, it's like, I don't know. I don't know about nothing. Unless you got some proof, especially around here, I don't believe nothing. That's my best bet. And I know testimony is evidence, but in the court of public opinion, I'm gonna need about 3 or 4 testimonies to support yours because
Are you suggesting that you two have identified inconsistencies? Is that what you just suggested?
Inconsistencies to what?
To Mr. Larry's statements.
Yeah. Not to rise to the level of he tampering with witnesses and all of that. No, not
like
not
YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, you're talking about YouTube stuff. Okay.
No, not like he should be locked up and thrown in the no. Because I know I don't believe that um he was but I just don't know the reason why he would beat her down with surviving, R. Kelly stuff like that. It's just I have questions. I don't necessarily need the answers to, but I have questions as to why would you work that hard? I don't know. I don't even want to get into it. That's how I am. I don't even want to get in. I don't fuck with you, but I don't even want to get into that part of your life. Whatever it's gonna be, it's gonna be. I don't need the answers to all of that. I'm gonna be real. No matter what our status is, I'm gonna be real. But that's not even anything I need you to answer, because you could be incriminating yourself not in the court of law but in the court of public opinion. So
I'm not going to even hold you though. For me, especially if I'm thinking about that.
Oh, now how the hell you say it right? I ain't gonna hold you. I can't say that thing right. I can't say that thing right at the right time to save my country ass life. Now you say it right. I don't know. What the hell?
My bad. And definitely bring up the other. I really want to hear the other motion. But let me say this: if I look back and I think back at the time that period would have been when Azrael did finally get free, and of course at that time I had no knowledge of Larry. I never knew of Larry until I think the very first live I ever saw of Larry's is he was about to go and turn himself in, like in a hotel room or something like that. Because I was like, who is this person? I finally found a channel and I saw him there. And then I, of course, started to follow him after he came out, and he was still doing some videos and that sort of stuff. But the long story short is, in that time period, if I think back to what was going on at that time, how hot that documentary was and had been, all the conversation around it. And then it was almost like every other day, more stuff was popping up. Tasha K's in the background doing lives and spilling more information. I was super big into following all of that and trying to figure out what was going on. At that period of time, if I had, for some random reason, Mr. Angelo, I had found some sort of connection, or he had found me in some way, shape, or form and said, look, I need a safe place for my child to go. She just said she wants to escape the situation. Would I have opened my house up? Y'all know me and my bleeding heart, probably so. Or I'd have at least considered it very closely to try to figure out how we can help keep her safe. And I'm not going to hold you. If she's in that house with me for that period of time, I would have had a very, very hard time of just going along with the flow or being like, well, it ain't my business, what have you. Would I have definitely said, like, sweetie, she's still talking to him, or if the opportunity over a dinner or whatever came up, be able to say, sweetie, I'm worried about you. I'm worried about this situation. I'm really worried about what's going on, so on and so forth. We have to, I know, Karen, we definitely have to get to, Angie done brought up Miss Windbush and other people. I didn't know.
I ain't stunned Karen ass.
We didn't know, I didn't know we was going to deep dive. We got to get to the motion. But, I'll definitely shut up or either help read if I need to. But I would have definitely probably done something similar. And I could imagine my family or anybody who's around, like, that's just how we are. If we think somebody's in some trouble or somebody's in a bad situation and they might be going bad, like, I definitely would be like, here's some information you need to know before you make that decision. You know what I'm saying? Not in a tampering sort of way, but like, sis, before you go and put yourself back in that situation, like, do you know what's going on the outside? Especially if I'm under the impression that she's been held in a situation where she can't or doesn't have access to TVs, and, that the narrative is being managed. I would have certainly wanted to just be like, sis, I don't got nothing to do with what you choose. But just so you know, like, if you haven't seen that documentary, it's bad. This is why we're worried about you. This is why your dad is concerned or whatever. Like, would I have done something like that? Absolutely. And I would have almost felt morally obligated to do so. So if it went down in that way, is it a plausible situation for me? And I think that's the reason why I kind of fight with it a little bit. Is it plausible to have happened something similar to what Mr. Larry has described, but that it was not done to interfere with the case as much as it was like, this person is in my home. I believe that this person was in danger. Am I just going to send her back out there into the street and not tell her? Like, to me, it would have been with all due respect, it would have been an asshole move to have her in that house and not to have had any conversation with her to try to say, sis, we worried about you. People are worried about you, and this is why.
But I don't know if she went there to, to escape. Went there to his house to escape the media, whatever. I thought that because I don't know at what point, because he rented the daddy rented her some kind of luxury hotel or something in Las Vegas. I don't know what time frame was that. I don't, cause see, there's a real gray area. There's the area that where I have a bunch of questions, but I don't give a damn. But there is the time frame when she was at the house. Okay, she was at Larry's house. And the next thing we know, if I'm not mistaken, I may have this in the wrong order, but wherever she was before she went to the trunk and got in that fight. Okay. And then after the fight, then little bit tidbits of information start coming up. Then somebody stole his stuff. Then somebody stole $10,000 from
behind the couch.
And all this extra stuff. And then we didn't know if Mr. Clary was there or he wasn't there. He was on the phone. The phone dropped and all of that. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
It was a lot going on. And then it cuts to I think they're at the airport or something like that, or they're driving home from Chicago. So it's so that gray period, like before she got there, before she got to the trunk, and then was the daddy there? Wasn't he there? And then after they left, I don't know because Shabazz at some point Shabazz was on the phone, and then she was on the phone with the government. Remember that part? That was in Shabazz's documentary. So all that gray area right there, that area right there. So I don't know. I've gotten, it came in bits and pieces and stuff like that, and I don't necessarily believe anybody that gave the bits and pieces. I don't know.
I definitely. Now here's my recollection of it between Shabazz, and I did follow Shabazz at the time. I don't know where he is now. Hope he's well. I followed Shabazz and saw the videos and different things, right? So I was in the throes of it then. And then, of course, Mr. Larry came out. He started telling his story. He's told it several times. My personal experience in hearing him, the few times I have heard him tell his story, because y'all know I'm just in and out, he's always told pretty much a very consistent story to me, and so has Shabazz. What I recall, and then, of course, you have Mr. Angelo. Now, I will say, for me, Mr. Angelo's stories do change here and there, or extra. So that is a little hard for me to track or to say, okay, this is my understanding. But based upon all of those different interviews and stuff that was happening at that time, my understanding is that Azriel had potentially gotten sick or something of that nature, needed medicine or needed something, and wasn't getting the support she needed from R. Kelly. Some sort of way, which I've always been said kind of the gray area there for me is, how did she get his number if she was not in touch with them and all that? I don't know. Some sort of way she got it, right? So Azriel then calls him and says, hey, I'm trying to get out. I need you to be in position, in place, what have you. Mr. Angelo is in place. She calls and says, no, right now, this is this tight window that I need you to be in place. She then escapes, runs to him. They get in a car, and he starts driving to Las Vegas to be with Larry, to get her to Larry's so that she could be safe. That's where I get that concept of him saying he
I
wanted
thought he
to.
was driving to. I thought he was driving to Florida, and then hold on, and
I
then
thought
you
he drove
have.
up from Florida. I thought he went from
I'm
Florida
so confused. I don't
there.
know. And then you have the part where Mr. Shabazz. So remember,
But that
he
came
said
after he left.
that the
That my
but
understanding is Shabazz came after Azrael had already been at Larry's house. That he went because from what Larry said, she went
remember
back there to go get Joy. She left there, had her birthday or whatever. I don't know all of the time frame of that, but that she went back to go get Joy. That's what she had intended to do after she had seen all of the stuff at Larry's house. So that is not the timeline.
because remember, because this little video just popped up not too long ago. Remember, Shabazz says that I think Shabazz and Larry both agree on this, that when the fight happened or whatever, and Azrael was on the phone with the around the time Azrael was on the phone with the DOJ,
Yeah.
Larry and Shabazz was saying he got mad at Larry because he told that he called the feds and both of them was on the phone.
Yeah.
Remember? And
Yeah.
so that was during the time around the time with the fight. Like after the fight or something.
Yeah,
So like
but my understanding of it is that once Angelo got Azrael from the trunk, when she left and was still pretty much in a relationship or still having at least some communication with R. Kelly, but was upset about the whole sick thing or whatever. He drove down. At Mr. Angelo says he drove down. She slept pretty much the first half of the way.
Yeah.
And she woke up and said, "I want to drive." They switched off, and she drove the rest of the way back to Las Vegas. They got to Larry's. She was there getting settled. She said she didn't want to hear anything about R. Kelly and pretty much was still defensive of him at that point. Was in the room, all that, but then was getting along with the kids and so on and so forth. At some point, it's what based upon what was put out there is that Mr. Angelo at some point, then it kind of is when people start making the allegations that Mr. Angelo is trying to get over financially or use her in some sort of financial way to get up. To include the involvement with the Shabazz situation or what have you. She's down there. She then is apparently she gets to see the videos, talk to people, all of these different things. And then at some point, her and Mr. Angelo get into a verbal altercation. He leaves her there at Larry's by herself.
Okay.
And that then at some point she has a birthday coming up or whatever the case may be. And maybe that some point of period she went to LA or was thinking about LA or whatever, something of that nature. But then shortly thereafter, she decided she was going back up to Chicago to try to save Joy and get Joy to leave as well. And that was the motivation. So then she left from Las Vegas or LA, one of those two, went to Chicago. And then the fight transpired there with Shabazz being present with her and also being on the phone and all of that stuff like that. And that at some point when all of this stuff started going on, Shabazz did not like the fact that Larry did offer her the connection to the feds. I could have that totally wrong, but that's the whole, again, I'm with you. The whole thing is wild, right? The whole thing is
it's just wild. Like, how are the connections and the timeline and all of this? Like, huh? I mean, I've always wondered, but I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, again, I don't know what came first. I don't know. I'm still. I don't know if the darn daddy was there with the fight present or not. I don't even know that, child.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Y'all want to see if I can get the dad on the line?
Oh my.
Baby, this sector will burn down.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
scared.
Well, I support, the family. I support, Mr. Larry, he's doing well now, looks like, and doing his thing. I just would hope that at some point we could just focus on the facts of the case, because this is what causes so much of the confusion, is the allegations, the rewriting history. And I think so much of it also boils down to people trying to recreate narratives based upon what's there so that it aligns with what they believe, which is what we see a lot in society today, whether it's in politics or whether it's in the R. Kelly case, right? Is that people would take and chop and screw and put little pieces together and make their decisions upon what's there, as opposed to what are the facts. Because and maybe in part of the reason why I'm even here is because on this particular part is, again, when I do the comparison, and I don't just follow the R. Kelly case, I follow many cases. I'm a true crime person. So it's not the white people over here, the cult leaders over there, the black people on the other side, the drug dealers over here, the cartel men. Like, I follow them all. In all of these cases, when there are people who truly are cooperating in a case, I don't know of a situation where they could conceal it in this way, the way that people are alleging. And then even the things that people are saying, there's a smoking gun that points to where these people are involved, or the corruption and all of that. It just doesn't line up as well as, and I don't think well is even the thing. It doesn't line up. Like, a lot of times when you keep asking questions, or then you're looking for this additional evidence, I just don't know how a prosecutor could stand up in front of a judge and say, this person has no involvement in this case whatsoever, which is what those attorneys said. Now, mind you, if they're corrupt, as they're saying, that would be the only circumstance. But, I mean, what risks would those people be putting up to do all of these things, and then to go on the record just flat out saying there is nothing there? And would the judge not be obligated to look into that?
Yeah, well, you're talking about like with in these latest motions and stuff, like all these allegations.
That, as well as even when we was in the court. Now, of course, we need to read the motion, but like even in the court, when Larry's name first came up as being an informant who gave them information about this case, and that has come up many, many, many times about
right.
Every single time, and it's including in front of the judge when it was discussed, and in the motions that the prosecution responded to, the original motions where he was referenced. They say he was not a part of this in any way, shape, or form.
The prosecutor said that, yeah.
The prosecutor said that, yeah, and that his letters and all these other pieces of data that some people use to say that it confirmed that he was a part of the case, they've said he's not. And then when I look at these other cases, like the DIDDY trial and all these other federal, the Raniere case is another big one that I follow very, very closely. I even have the book here and different, and watched all those documentaries. Anybody who actually cooperated they're referenced.
Right.
And the prosecution has to say, and the prosecution says, yes, this person is helping us, or yes, we're offering you an immunity agreement, or
and you have to list that. And when I hear Larry and Levi say, they're hidden and they're nobody, you have to list when someone receives an immunity deal, no matter what type of immunity. I mean, that is that goes into discovery, that you can't hide that. There's no hidden immunity deal. That is you talking about somebody getting out of jail tomorrow. Right. Everybody be out of jail, that receives some that doesn't even make any sense, right? Because whether or not someone has immunity, that is a part of someone's defense that they can use to question either your credibility, the reason, what's your motivation. And the jury is supposed to, one thing, they're supposed to wait, supposed to observe your credibility. And if the reason why you're testifying is it because you got immunity, and are you motivated to tell a lie, and to dig into that. So you can't hide those things. Whatever. When I hear them say that, I just like, what? Like,
Well, I think we're doing the same thing right now of saying that Mr. Larry, again asserting that Mr. Larry was a part of this case and was a confidential informant in the case. Why can't
yeah.
we find that? And why can the prosecution then stand up there in front of a judge and say this person is not cooperating in relationship to this case? If that's a part of the record, how would it keeps coming up that he is this big, behind the scenes person for the government?
Well, they said that when it first came out with the motion to compel, they disclosed Larry's communications with them.
Yeah,
Okay, so
which is about
now,
crazy YouTube stuff.
right, exactly. It was pretty much YouTube stuff, and it was they even included like the little little links or whatever they had in there, little
Yeah.
but just the information what it was. So it has come up again. And again, that's why I said it doesn't sound like allegations anymore. But at the last I know of it, that it was like an investigation that had not yet been completed into what exactly was what the involvement between Larry and the government. It wasn't complete. And what I mean by that, I'm not saying that there is any type of impropriety. What I'm saying is it was just an investigation that hadn't really gone forward, based on whatever. You sometimes when the government doesn't see a reason for it to go for it, like there's not a lead that's going to lead you to anything that'll be damning or anything like that. Sometimes it's just sit there. It's because it's not pressing. Nothing is, so but hopefully this will happen, that they do complete the investigation if they haven't already. And then we'll have something conclusive to tell us what happened or what didn't happen. So everybody will know and it'll be on the record. Right? So then it wouldn't be any more, allegations. The last I checked, when Bonjean had it, she was pressing for an investigation to continue. Last she had it. Okay. That was a while ago. Now Bo is making allegations of something, like I said, it don't sound like allegations, sound like, he has some concrete proof, so and I don't know what that may be, but I hope at some point somebody tell us something, because it's now
Well,
it's
I hope
getting
we can put this topic to bed at some point. Like
right.
allegations with the Larry stuff and then the Mr. Levi stuff, and like it's all YouTube stuff and YouTube fodder, and it's a
Yeah.
part of why I've even kind of pulled back a little bit. One, because to me the case has been litigated, and the Supreme Court has said
Ad
they're not involved,
nauseam.
that sort of
Yeah.
stuff. So like to me that part is there, but also because some of the stuff that has come forward, the accusations, people getting locked up, people having CPS show up, and all kind of other crazy stuff happening. Like this is the type of stuff I don't want to be a part of.
Right.
And I also don't like the accusations that get lobbed out there at people that are not oftentimes are not substantiated at all. It's just speculation. It's just what people would like to believe. And it's
Right.
not fair to the people who are out there. It's not fair to call, to the same way it's not fair to lob accusations at Debo if he didn't do something, or Dana or whatever. It's not right to do it to Larry or to Mr. Levi or whoever.
Right.
And everybody has been a part of, and I ain't gonna say everybody, but a lot of these people who've done some of this kind of stuff has been a part of creating narratives and stuff and trying to use this case where there are real victims and real people who have been accused and what have you on the table to make that a source of like, okay, I'm just going to use this and weaponize it against you. That part of it, I feel like, needs to be put to bed, and it's never been a part of what I have ever agreed with this
Right.
sector and this case. It has no place, and we move away from what actually is the bigger concern for me: is who are the real victims, and has this person been given a fair trial? That's the end. That's the hard stop for me. I want R. Kelly to have a fair trial and a fair sentence. I want the victims to find justice in the best way they can and be able to move forward in their lives. The people who had any sort of involvement in helping them to get free or to get the help and support that they need, I give kudos to them for whatever their involvement may have been. I don't think that should be then used against somebody to,
And
you know,
and they wonder why they don't when they make these allegations and try to report people, whatever. They think everything is a matter of federal concern, and it's not.
yeah,
That's why you.
or just
That's why
criminal
you
concern.
don't exactly. A lot of this
Everything's
stuff
not a crime.
is yeah. A lot of this stuff, one, is usually not a crime, but two, it rises to the level of state. Not every time thing is
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it's a federal concern. Let me call the feds. Let me call the feds. Let me call them. Oh my God.
Well, the number of people who've constantly come on here, even just about the doxing thing, that doxing is illegal. It is not federally illegal, and it's not even illegal in most states. Like, you
Right.
cannot keep, like, but people just keep saying and throwing things out there and thinking that they can weaponize the law against each other. And again, especially in the current state of affairs, that's nothing to be playing around with. Like, it's just not. And I just hope that whatever comes out of it, that justice is if anything comes out of it. But my understanding is that at least one of these motions has been denied. I don't know if it's this one or one to come, but
Yeah, it was the I have the order. The first one was already denied. So
yeah.
he filed a motion for a new trial and an emergency motion for bond.
What day was this filed?
This was dropped on the 20th. This was yesterday.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is very fresh. So the
Yeah.
whole thing about the furlough was denied because they said that there was wrong jurisdiction, and it was also there was no evidence put forth, and they also said that there was not a request for a compassionate release, essentially. That, even if that had been the case, they didn't really have anything there. So okay, so now let's see this new motion.
Right.
Now I'm back to, I think, Mr. Larry's paperwork now.
Right. Let me I gotta use the restroom.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Where?
Or I can start
There
reading
we
something
go.
if you want to bring it up.
But I got to scroll it though.
Oh yeah, you would have to scroll. Okay.
Yeah. So hold on, y'all. Just give me a second. I'll be
All right. So what
right back.
Okay. And Miss Windbush did say that this was out of Illinois. I know the last one was filed in North Carolina. I don't know if anybody. I thought that part was strange, because if he was going to get out, I mean, I guess I don't know. I feel like that part was a little unusual to me, because to me it would need to go back to the original court that sentenced, and it seemed like from what the judge responded that was the case. But it looks like this one is filed back in the Eastern division there in Illinois, and this is Illinois. Y'all can tell I'm not from Chicago because I said the noise. Illinois. So United States of America is the plaintiff versus the defendant, and there's a motion for a new trial and an emergency motion for bond. Now, the question that I have, if anybody is in the chat here, is we have multiple cases there. So, like, even if this were to be granted for a new trial for Illinois, we still have New York, so he wouldn't get out, correct? Like, he wouldn't, to be able to give him bond for in one state and for the charges he heard in one federal court district, he still has another where he was convicted. Wouldn't he have to do like almost the same exact thing there in order to get bond for both cases? Because if not, he's still going to end up needing to be inside. So I'm very interested to hear this and read the rest of it. But it looks like comes now. Yeah, Bo Brindley as well. I don't know much about him, but I know I've heard the name. So I'm sure Angie will get me up to speed once she rejoins us. I don't understand why we're asking for. Overall, it's very clear he wants to get out, and I think everybody would. But I don't know how you would be able to do that when you have a conviction of another from another district that is not up for any of that. So wouldn't he still have to be there? I don't know. I don't know if Karen is still here or not. Um, but we finally are getting around to possibly reading this motion if she is here. And I also will say while Angie is away, I know I've been, I'm very guilty at times of hearing people out. So I am very thankful to Miss Windbush for sharing her perspective. I've never spoken to her before, I don't believe. So I appreciate her perspective and what she has shared. In the same way, y'all know I'm going to question anything if I have questions or I'm not sure of something. And also, the people I connect with or have connected with, I
I'm back.
hold to that. All right. So I was just asking, and maybe you could answer a quick question.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I see that it's a motion for a new trial and bond, but how would bond work if he still has the New York case that he would still be like? Can a judge grant you bond if you're already doing time for another thing? Like, what is that? Wouldn't
Yeah,
he have to do
if
New York
you
too?
if you and I haven't read through here, but if you are seeking post conviction relief, like as in an appeal or what have you, you can ask for bond until they make a decision. You know, so
Even if you're doing time for
uh huh,
another crime? Okay, okay,
yeah, uh huh.
all right,
Even if you're doing crime time,
that's
so
good. All right,
but now this is no, this is. I thought this I was right. This is filed in New York. Oh, this is filed in Illinois.
Illinois, yeah, Northern
Well,
District.
why you got 19 CR? Oh, five, child. Hold on. What was Mr. Kelly's
Is that a different case number from what he had in Illinois?
uh in New York? Um, Apparently, I don't know why I thought so that is Illinois case number 567. Never mind. Never mind. See,
Jennifer is asking
that's
a
how,
good Jennifer
huh?
is asking a good question in the chat that you might be able to who is this Michelle? Hi Michelle. Um
Sounds like who's slow.
yeah, I don't know who she's talking about, but
That,
Jennifer's
that,
asking a good question about so New York wouldn't even have a say so if for instance if the judge did grant him bond.
yeah. Oh, hold on for a minute.
Michelle, who are you referencing just so we know and can get some clarity there? We appreciate it. And Jennifer, that's the question I have is like, so why would you be able to like suppose somebody is convicted of RAPE, right, in one district, and then they might have actually legitimately had a
Hey,
case. Yeah,
Mo. Um, can you be quiet for 1 minute
yeah,
so I
sure.
can hear?
I'll
Okay,
mute up.
I'm
I'll
sorry.
mute up. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm coming. Just give me a minute. I'm sorry. Y'all, I am so sorry. Y'all, I am so, I know y'all like, I know she crazy. I know she crazy. Hold on. I know y'all like, she crazy. She crazy. I had us waiting all that time. Yeah, what's up? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, people, y'all ready to read the motion? I know y'all saying, "Bitch, you ain't gonna tell us what." Now y'all know I don't run my mouth. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Mm. Okay, so I got some answers. Hold on, let me get some of these answers. Let me get my paper. So we was trying to figure out about the what was the question we had up on the thing on the record, right? Trying to figure out did okay, so this is Mr. Angelo's account. Okay, so he said that Azriel went to Chicago to try to help get Joy out. Okay. Then that's when they got into a fight. He wasn't there. He flew, they flew in, after the flight was over. And then, but Shabazz was there. So Shabazz had Azriel. And then Larry was on the phone at that time. Larry had done contacted the feds. And so she never did go to California and to meet up with Rashana. So I know that's in the motion. Let me see, what was the other thing? I know y'all say almost 2 hours. That's all I'm giving you. Let me give you something else. Hold on. Oh, Dolphin Hotel. What up? What up, smarter? Smarter, smarter, smarter. So the Dolphin Hotel thing is Mr. Angelo's account. Um, he said that it was an off-duty police that went up there and knocked on the door or what have you. And then both Azriel and R. Kelly was supposed to come down, but Azriel came down and Mr. Kelly went somewhere else. So he didn't come down to to the to the thing. So I think he was trying to say that they believe that Azriel was underage. That's why they interrupted um, that hotel stay with her and R. Kelly. Oh, text messages. And now this is what I had said, and then, but he said this without me even confirming the story. But this is what I said. Remember, I said that that man didn't know. I believe that man didn't know that his wife and none of them was doing all that texting and stuff like that. He said that he didn't know any of that, right? Well, because it didn't make sense for her to say, "Don't text" in that same text thread that with your dad and your sister in. It didn't make sense if the daddy already knew, And he said he don't go through his wife and them phone and stuff like that. And it said some other stuff, but I'm not gonna go into all of that. But yeah, now y'all want to hear about this motion? Ooh, ooh. Okay. It says motion for a new trial and emergency motion for bond. Comes now defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly, bond through counsel Bo B. Brindley, and hereby moves this honorable court for a new trial pursuant to Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 33 and for bond pending the resolution of his new trial motion. In support of his motion, Mr. Kelly states the following. Um, what is this? Hmm. Okay. Well, says introduction. Robert Kelly presently sits in a prison cell with blood clots in his lungs that could kill him at any time. The surgery that doctors at Duke University Hospital believe necessary to remove the clots and save his life, a pulmonary embol- embolectomy, was actively prevented by officers armed with assault-style rifles who removed Mr. Kelly from the hospital and placed him in solitary confinement at FCI Butner. This happened immediately after prison officials administered to him an overdose of his sleeping medication, which could have killed him. Prison officials took two intentional acts that put Mr. Kelly's life in imminent danger within 2 days after he filed a motion that made public a declaration by Mikhail Glenstein, an avowed white supremacist and commissioner of the Aryan Brotherhood, who swore he was transferred to FCI Butner for the purpose of killing R. Kelly and solicited to do so by a Bureau of Prisons official. This is not coincidence. Must be means a coincidence. This is not an R. Kelly production. This is why they are doing to him as these words are being written. We understand that these are shocking factual assertions, yet facts they are, and they can no longer be avoided. Duke University Hospital has confirmed Mr. Kelly was a patient at the times he indicated between June 13th and June 15th, 2025, A signed HIPAA waiver has been obtained. Medical records have already been ordered. Sources inside the hospital have confirmed that Mr. Kelly's account of his hospitalization is correct. The medical records will confirm what we have already stated in prior filings. The truth is becoming undeniable. Bureau of Prisons officials do not want R. Kelly to survive and are actively trying to kill him. In recent days, the recurrent question has been why. The motion over which this court's jurisdiction is indisputable will answer that question and again seek the immediate release of Robert Kelly as the only possible way to ensure that he lives to see his motion litigated to conclusion. The undersigned has been told that the informal and internal motto of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago is "Justice is just us." The conduct that is detailed below illustrates the critical danger of such a mindset. When prosecutors believe that they define what justice is, then they begin to think that whatever they do to achieve their goals is fully justifiable. They begin to break the law while purporting to uphold it. They begin to believe that their decision to make a person the target of an investigation renders that person guilty, and they begin to think that whatever they chose to do to make their case against their so-called target is necessarily righteous, regardless of what laws are broken or how many constitutional rights are fractured in the process. That is what happened with Mr. Robert Kelly. Prosecutors made the decision to use Bureau of Prison officials and cooperating witnesses to break the law, to commit crimes, and to knowingly and intentionally and repeatedly violate Mr. Kelly's constitutional rights, all as a means of making a case they should never have brought and getting conviction they did not deserve. R. Kelly was the ultimate target. He was acquitted in 2008 after relentless investigation and accusation. He was the very epitome of the one that got away, armed with the fervor of culture, the fervor of cancel culture, the strident indignation of the Me Too movement, and the bright lights of Lifetime television show, the U.S. Attorney's Office decided that they were going to get R. Kelly by any means necessary. Hello, Karen Johnson. The case in Chicago began and ended with one critical witness. She went by the pseudonym Jane. At the trial, although her identity has been repeatedly revealed in many publications, the instant case would never have existed without the cooperation and testimony of Jane. She was the key. Without her, the whole case crumbles. Yet over the last year, we have discovered that the road to that testimony was paved by threats, empty promises, crimes, and constitutional violations. Oh, one thing that he and I both agreed on, and this is what I told y'all even before I took the call, that they would need to have Jane Doe number 5 to substantiate anything that they're saying in this motion about the part, with regards to her, right? With regards to her and Larry and, whatever. So, however, they say, she said she was, they say she was intimidated or whatever they say. They would need her testimony to substantiate that, unless they got somebody else's testimony. Um, in order to have their victim to go after R. Kelly, the public figure, they were intent on bringing down prosecutors. Wait a minute. They were intent on bringing down prosecutors are the ones that did the victimizing. They made an unwilling person play the role of victim to serve their desires for the for the grandeur of bringing down a larger than life public figure within the sanctimonious buzz of the Me Too movement. And they did that through crime, threat, and coercion. This is the very essence of illegally weaponizing the Department of Justice to pursue a public figure. Let me see if I can look straight ahead and read it better. When speaking, when speaking at the hold on, see if I make this clear. Okay. Whew. When speaking at the Department of Justice, President Trump recently remarked, "As the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The case of U.S. versus Kelly is one of the wrongs to which these comments plainly apply. This motion will illustrate and set forth the wrongs that were done to Mr. Kelly, and the relief sought, the vacation of his convictions, and his immediate release on bond pending the litigation of this motion will provide the accountability that the current administration demands." Do I have to go through? Oh, I guess I do, because he's making allegations in the factual background. 'Cause usually the factual background is actually what they know happened, but he has some allegations in here. So I guess I gotta read it. Okay. In 2008, Jane specifically told a Cook County jury that she was not the person who appeared in the video that is at the heart of the instant case. Trial transcript volume 5 at 913. Without her testimony, Robert Kelly was found not guilty. The only FBI analysis done on the videotape could not identify her as the person in the video. Exhibit A. For approximately 20 years, she never suggested anything to the contrary. However, as the Me Too movement heated up and surviving R. Kelly began to flicker in the eyes of the prosecutors who saw him as the one that got away, something changed. That change did not come from Jane. She did not independently come forward and change her story. She did not participate in any aspect of surviving R. Kelly. She did not independently assert that she was the person depicted in any videotape. What changed was the tactics that prosecutors were willing to use to get her to change her story. Over the past year, the undersigned and his office have interviewed witnesses who have come forward and who will testify under oath to the following facts about what happened to Jane. These are witnesses who were not available to the defense at the time of trial, people who actively avoided or refused to be questioned. Now, listen, if they have new witnesses, that can be another reason for them to um, appeal on those grounds, because guess what? Testimony is evidence, right? So this would be new evidence. All right. So it can come in, it can be petitioned in the form of an appeal, in the form of a, maybe not a review, but if they want to send something back up to the Supreme, petition for a writ of certiorari to the Supreme Court. Yeah, because now they're saying they have new evidence. Okay. All right. In one instance, this is a witness who testified for the government at trial and was not willing to share the truth with defense counsel out of fear. There are other witnesses in whom Jane confided the truth after the trial ended. And of course, there is Jane herself. At a hearing on this matter, the defense would call Jane to the witness stand along with other witnesses who will be identified for the court after the issue of recusal of the United States Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Illinois has been litigated. Those witnesses will finally provide the truth. Let me get my pill right. AUSA Angel Crow and accompanying federal agents pursued Jane after she indicated she did not wish to speak to them. They told Jane that if she did not change her story, her parents would both be charged with engaging in a criminal conspiracy with R. Kelly to obstruct justice. They told her that she they told her that she had evidence of payments her mother and father received from Mr. Kelly. Now, um, come on, y'all, give me 1 second. I'm sorry, y'all. We had a trick sighting. outside and shut my door. That's that boy. Bad. We need to run more miles. Boy, bye. Okay. Um. Okay. They told her that Crow would use them to see that her parents were prosecuted and jailed unless Jane would change her story and cooperate with the government as prosecutors pursued their desire to get R. Kelly and obtain his conviction. In addition to that, in addition to the threat, Kroll and others on the prosecution team further told Jane that she would be able to receive a substantial financial reward if she gave testimony that led to Mr. Kelly's conviction. That proved to be an outright lie, but it was told as truth, and Jane believed it. So, again, keep in mind, they have to make this claim a prosecutorial misconduct as much as they can get it. They can get it there. That's what we say in law. If they can get it there. Sometimes we say it doesn't get there. When you hear that in court, it doesn't get there or whatever. Um, that just simply means that it either doesn't get to the bar that it needs to establish, whatever the lawyer is trying to establish. That's what that means. So, um, let me look up something real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I thought I was right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Um, but yeah. So again, they're trying to make sure that this. But let me see which ones aren't. Let me see if I can tell. Brady. Okay. So I guess this was following the line of like using false evidence, right? Which would be a constitutional violation. Okay, because I told y'all not all prosecutorial misconduct will fall under a constitution, will be considered a constitutional violation. However, using false evidence, yeah. So Oh, child, I gotta get me some more. All right. In Okay, in addition to the threat, Kroll and others on the prosecution team further told Jane that she would be able to receive a substantial financial reward if she gave testimony that led to Mr. Kelly's conviction. That proved to be an outright lie, but it was told as truth, and Jane believed it. Faced with the threat that her aging parents would be jailed and the promise that she could get a life altering financial reward for giving testimony that led to a conviction, Jane agreed to change her story and go to the grand jury for the federal government. Her grand jury testimony in this case was the direct product of threat, intimidation, and coercion. Jane experienced it. She reported it to others. There would be no doubt. It happened. Prosecutors compelled the primary witness in this case to change her prior sworn testimony under oath and claim that she was formerly a perjurer by threatening her family with jail and promising her wealth. Yet, that was just the start of the injustices that would be created by the effort to prosecute Robert Kelly in federal court in Chicago. The prosecutorial misconduct, see, boom, in this case got worse rather than better. After they got Mr. Kelly charged and held in custody at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Chicago, the prosecution team enlisted Bureau of Prison officers and cooperating witnesses to steal his correspondence with his lawyer and private emails. Right? So, some you know, sometimes you have to plainly guide the reader or whoever you're trying to persuade where you want them to go. So if you want them to kind of consider the prosecutor's actions as you allege as prosecutorial misconduct, you may sometimes have to make it plainly stated in there. Probably it was prosecutorial misconduct, rather than just list was a Brady violation and all of that, the trier of fact in this case would be the judge would know that when you say Brady violation, you are alleging a prosecutorial prosecutorial uh, prosec- prosecutorial misconduct. But if you laying out a bunch of things and you trying to put a roadmap together, it's sometimes best to say, hey, it is what it is, and you're alleging that it's prosecutorial misconduct. The legal correspondence was used to gain an unfair and plainly unconstitutional advantage over Mr. Kelly by giving prosecutors insight into his strategy with his lawyers, to which the government had no right. That's another prosecutorial misconduct, right? That's unconstitutional. The legal correspondence and the stolen private emails were further used to directly influence Jane and the person who would become the primary witness against Robert Kelly in the New York hereafter Jane, New York. So they're going to refer to that person as Jane, New York to distinguish between Roshana and Az. So while Robert Kelly was being held in custody on federal charges, a series of crimes were committed. These crimes were not committed by Robert Kelly. They were not committed by anyone he associated with him prior to his incarceration. They were committed by the Bureau of Prison officers and cooperating witnesses authorized by the government. Like all inmates, Mr. Kelly's phone calls and emails were monitored by prison officials. However, in this instance, a Bureau of Prisons officer named Tawana Ingram was not listening to or monitoring Mr. Kelly's recorded calls and emails. She was instead stealing them. Specifically, Miss Ingram illegally accessed and stole a series of phone calls and emails regarding Mr. Kelly's relationship with a woman other than Jane or Jane New York. Miss Ingram was a special investigative service disciplinary officer who had no business dealing with any of Mr. Kelly's communications. She did not work at the facility at which Mr. Kelly was being housed and was not even supposed to have access to the system containing his emails and calls. Yet somehow she was allowed to gain access for the purpose of stealing Mr. Kelly's private communications, both emails and recorded telephone calls, including privileged communications with his lawyer. There is an ongoing civil suit regarding her conduct pending right now before the Honorable Judge Bucko in the Northern District of Illinois. Armed with illicit access that was granted to her by someone in the Department of Justice, Ingram stole emails and calls that were specifically inflammatory to Jane and Jane New York. Also, they will probably need Miss Ingram to testify to what they're alleging in this particular motion. These were private conversations to which Jane and Jane New York were not privy. They had no way to know the content of these conversations. Hence, they were targeted and stolen for the purpose of biasing witnesses against Robert Kelly and thereby helping the government make its case. Only persons with knowledge of the investigation would have known which emails and calls to target and steal for the purpose of influencing Jane and Jane New York. The stolen communications included communications with his attorney at the time, which were protected under the attorney-client privilege. On its own, this is a shameful abuse of a position of trust by a federal prison official for the purpose of influencing the case against Mr. Kelly. But it became far more insidious than that. Kishan Magdugamuda Gamudi, okay, Kishan Magdugamudi was Robert Kelly's cellmate both before he was transferred to New York to face trial there and again months later when he came back to Metropolitan Correctional Center in Chicago after finishing his trial in New York. In a declaration attached as Exhibit B, Mr. Montefiore admits that he met with prosecutors and sought a reduced sentence in exchange for providing cooperation against Mr. Kelly. Montefiore agreed to steal Mr. Kelly's written correspondence from their cell and provide it to prison officials who would then give it to the United States attorneys handling the investigation against Mr. Kelly. Moody was debriefed by AUSA Angel Crow and agreed to provide this cooperation. AUSA Crow was also the person to whom the stolen correspondence was ultimately provided. Make no mistake, it is a crime for one inmate to steal the legal correspondence of another. This is theft. It is a separate crime for the AUSA Crow and BOP officials who helped her to direct the thief, and utilize the stolen privileged legal correspondence. That is obstruction of justice. They go like a third or fourth uh, allegation. Mr. Magdugamuda would routinely take Mr. Kelly's mail while Kelly was at a visit or somewhere else in the facility. In particular, he made a point of stealing Mr. Kelly's legal mail that was written to his lawyers. These were letters that were marked legal mail by Mr. Kelly. This was the intentional theft of attorney-client correspondence, which violated Mr. Kelly's constitutional right and gave the government unauthorized access to his strategy and to confidential facts to which they were not entitled. So when there's the word legal mail or something like that, something to indicate that it is legal in nature, sometimes that is considered um, attorney client, right? Or it can be work product, which falls also under attorney client. Um, the stolen mail was then handed off to Special Investigations Officer Luke Selby at MCC, who copied it and gave back the original for Mr. Magumundi to return to the cell, such that Mr. Kelly would never know it was gone. The copy of this stolen correspondence was ultimately provided to AUSA Kroll. The stolen correspondence included information about Mr. Kelly's relationship with another woman, which was to be kept secret from Jane and Jane NY, as it would create a serious jealousy problem in their relationship with Kelly. No one besides Mr. Kelly and his attorney had access to that information. After Mr. Kelly's communications were stolen without his knowledge by a combination of Officer Ingram, Officer Selby, and Mr. M, these stolen communications were provided by prosecutors to a cooperating government informant named Larry McGee, who was also offering to cooperate in exchange for a reduced sentence. In social media videos, McGee has admitted spending hours forcing witnesses to turn against Robert Kelly by showing them his calls and emails. Hmm? And I don't remember that. Okay. He has admitted getting people to lie about Robert Kelly. He said we got people to lie. Yeah, I ain't necessarily say Robert Kelly. Says in November of 2018, with the full knowledge of AUSA Kroll, Jane went to Los Angeles for the purpose of meeting with individuals that Kroll contended that would be helpful in preparing her to testify. In reality, at that time, Jane had no intention of ever going through with trial testimony against Mr. Kelly, but she was not sharing that with the prosecutors that threatened her parents. She went to Los Angeles anyway, as that is what she understood she was supposed to do. When Jane got to California, the person who met her was Larry McGee. Hmm? When Jane got to California, the person who met her was Larry McGee. Oh, I don't think that's the truth. I don't know. So McGee took her to a residence. At that residence, McGee introduced Jane to Jane, New York. Oh wow. He then proceeded to talk to them both extensively about why they should testify against Robert Kelly and all the government would do for them if they did. Now, I don't believe that happened. McGee showed Jane and Jane, New York, stolen emails and letters that were sent from Robert Kelly to his lawyer. Jane saw the letters and remembers them explicitly. Those letters reference Mr. Kelly's relationship with another woman that was neither Jane nor Jane, New York. These letters and emails in, engineered, I'm sorry, indeed, what? That's not engineered emails. Hold on. How do I pronounce that? Engender. Okay. Engender. Engendered anger in both Jane and Jane, New York. They began to talk about how Mr. Kelly had been secretly having relationships with each of them behind the other's back. This conversation and the review of the letters between Robert and his lawyer compelled Jane to become extremely angry at Mr. Kelly. Jane has indicated that she would never have testified against Mr. Kelly at trial had she not had this discussion with Jane, New York, and had she not seen the letters and the messages between Mr. Kelly and his lawyer. As a result of this conduct, Larry McGee was rewarded with a cooperation agreement from the government and an incredibly light sentence of 18 months despite federal charges. His sentencing transcript was redacted so no one would know what he did or how he obtained the material to influence Jane and Jane, New York, Exhibit C. Jane has confirmed that it was McGee who put her and Jane, New York together in Los Angeles. So I wonder, do they have Jane? The Jane, Illinois. Oh wow. Oh, this just got interesting. Oh, oh, oh. This just got interesting. I wonder, do they have Jane, Illinois testifying? Because remember, I think, up until the time he got arrested, maybe they were still in contact and all this, that, and the third. Oh, I think I'm pretty sure he don't have Jane. They don't have Jane, New York. Oh, it was McGee who showed them letters and emails between Mr. Kelly and his lawyer. Jane knows this because she experienced it. The government thought they could hide their illicit conduct behind a sealed sentencing transcript to which Mr. Kelly and his defense team have been denied access. But Jane's personal experience exposes them anyway. Oh, I think they got Jane, y'all. Because, again, I'm not going to teach y'all no more about the law. I don't teach y'all anyway, but anyway. Remember a long time ago, I told you, you can read an indictment, you can read supplements, addendums, whatever you want to call them, motions, and you can tell if the information is being is coming from an investigation that uncovered evidence, or if it's information that's coming from a person by way of testimony, by way of a story. This seems like they got Jane. Oh, oh. Oh, shit. No, I can't see that far. Let me look this way because I don't see what this is. Wait a minute. His home. What? Ooh. Y'all, I think they got Jane. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. As all this information about stolen communications being given to cooperating witnesses, Larry McGee, by prosecutors was kept from the defense. The theft of Mr. Kelly's legal mail by Mr. M and its provision to prosecutors was kept from the defense. The meeting between the two primary witnesses in the New York and Chicago cases, which was facilitated by a cooperating witness working for the U.S. attorneys, from whom he sought a reduced sentence, was kept from the defense. There's another. Y'all can just count on. I'm up to about 6 different violations, most constitutional. So y'all can keep track of them. During Mr. Kelly's trial in New York, prosecutors advised his attorneys that they had just been made aware of an investigation into a theft of some of Mr. Kelly's communications. The prosecutors said the investigation was ongoing and they had no other information to provide. They contended to have no knowledge of who had stolen the communications and what was done with them. When Mr. Kelly asked to have time to investigate to see if this theft could influence the case against him, prosecutors claimed they had no other information to provide. None of that was true. Okay, now remember when we was trying to figure out, well, why this didn't um, come up during the New York case, while they was in trial, why this didn't come up, because that's when the story broke during the middle of the New York case. So they're saying that it came up here. Remember, Levi and them was arguing me down, or it was Levi, that his janky attorneys, the brothers Johnson, never brought it up. Well, according to this, they did bring it up. hmm In reality, at the time, federal prosecutors in New York claimed a lack of knowledge about the investigation of stolen communications. The truth was that a search warrant for Tawana Ingram's home and electronic devices had already been executed. The application for that warrant identified undeniable evidence that she stole Mr. Kelly's communications. The search of her residence confirmed it. All of that information was in the possession of federal prosecutors who denied having it. Also in their possession was attorney-client mail stolen by Mr. Mongo. I'm gonna try the best. I don't want to call him Mr. M because it's gonna just confuse things. So I'm gonna just try my best to call his name, Mr. Mongamundi, which was used by McGee to influence witnesses against Mr. Kelly. This too was hidden from Mr. Kelly and his lawyers. Consequently, Mr. Kelly lacked the ability to attack the central witnesses against him based on a bias that was intentionally generated through the use of privileged communications stolen by a federal officer and trafficked to a cooperating informant by federal prosecutors and agents, and legal mail stolen by a cellmate working for the government, who trafficked the purloined letters to prison officers who gave it to federal prosecutors who then provided it to cooperating witnesses that would bring Jane and Jane New York together to collude against Mr. Kelly at his urging. Mr. Mundimundi provided the information in his declaration in the presence of a certified Telugu interpreter and the undersigned associate Edward McDavid. On March 11, 2025, Mr. McDavid and the Telugu interpreter discuss with Mr. Mundimundi, I say it different every time, the execution of a written statement summarizing some of the information that was provided at their prior meeting. Mr. Mundimundi ultimately signed a statement, which was also executed by the certified interpreter to demonstrate that it was fully and accurately translated for Mr. Mundimundi prior to its execution. A copy of that signed statement is attached to the filing Exhibit B Exhibit B along with the resume of the certified interpreter Exhibit D. In that written statement, Mundimundi again admitted the theft of Mr. Kelly's attorney-client correspondence, the transfer of that stolen correspondence to an SIS officer, Officer Luke Selby at MCC, and the ultimate provision of that stolen correspondence to AUSA Kroll. Mr. Mundimundi also indicated that prosecutors in his case asked him why he was being visited by attorneys from the undersigned office even before Mr. McDavid obtained his signed statement. At the point this signed statement was obtained, the undersigned office had in his possession a signed admission from an insider who confessed his role in a conspiracy to violate the constitutional rights of Mr. Kelly and bias witnesses against him through the use of stolen privileged information. This was a conspiracy to obstruct justice carried out, and jailers and the cooperating witnesses they used to do their bidding. The conspiracy involved the Bureau of Prisons and was orchestrated by the U.S. Attorney's Office. By his own admission, they directed Mr. Mundimundi to do the same thing that Tawana Ingram was given access to do when she stole private emails and calls made and sent by Mr. Kelly to his lawyer. Special investigations officers in the Bureau of Prisons were the ones handling the stolen correspondence in both instances. Ingram's theft has been documented and is disputed. In this case, McGee's and Mundimundi's involvement was hidden rather than disclosed. McGee's influence over Jane and Jane New York was denied rather than acknowledged. In a letter to his attorney in the Chicago case, the government claimed no knowledge about any stolen correspondence being shown to a witness, Exhibit E. That was a lie. Jane's recollection of her personal experiences will prove that the government did know. I think they got her. I think they got Jane. And what I mean by that, I think she's going to testify for Mr. Kelly. Or she's going to, let me change that. She's going to testify to this, whatever they got in this shit here. This is why now it makes sense. This is why Bo Brindley allegations sounds more like something substantiated. I know my shit. Okay. Although I'm not a litigator, I ain't never done that type of stuff. But we all have to be trained in the same shit. I think they got it, y'all. Oh, I think they got her. Mm-mm. Do y'all mind if I go to the restroom real quick? Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let me. Do y'all mind if I go to the restroom real quick? Hold on, I'm gonna move this thing because I know I done held y'all up 2 hours and all this extra shit. Maybe, but I think they got Jane. Now y'all can bite y'all teeth on that. I told y'all it's never over till it's over. And we seen what the bolster can do. And I think they got Jane. They got something. And I ain't got no spidey senses. Shit, I ain't no goddamn spider. Something ain't right. Just give me a minute. Yeah, and I'm gonna get me a couple of bites or something. Y'all think about it. Unless somebody want to read. asked me if you want to read some of these pages on this motion while I got my food. Read it. I said, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I got it. I got it all. Nice people. These nice people. They wait on your girl. Thank you so much. I know I ain't had nothing to eat. I got to take that medicine in a minute. So where we at? He have both faith. I don't know what that means. So y'all let me put some of this in my throat real quick. But y'all, listen, it seemed like that man got Jane Doe um Illinois child. Then I tell you that it seemed like more than allegations. There's a little bit more than persuasive. Try to get y'all an extra little something, something. See, I can get the master to kind of see what he say about it. No, you protect your people. I was gonna get reckless. Never again. Started eating y'all ear. Never eating nothing all day. But like, are y'all gonna pass out if he got the Jane Doe, Illinois? Now keep in mind, unless it's a new trial, right? Unless so the judge can do a couple things, right? The judge can say, hey, I want to hear this evidence, right? I want to have a evidentiary hearing. I want to have I want to do my own little investigation. Do what if there was anybody deposed, stuff like that, right? The judge can inquire for additional information. Now, the prosecutor can come back and say, well, prove what you're saying, which would be smart for them to do so. They started an investigation. They said it was an investigation, but we never did get the conclusion, right? It kind of, we didn't hear anything else. We just heard that they investigated and this is what they found. But they didn't give an official finding. You understand what I'm saying? They didn't give an official finding, not that I know of. So the judge can do that. Or the big leap would be the judge can ask for a new trial. Because right now, see, when you go in the system and you see that You see where it was the mandate and everything. When you saw that it went back from in in Illinois, it went back to Illinois, right? Because the Supreme Court say they denied the petition for writ of certiorari, which would have brought the file up to their court, right? So instead, they did away with all that. The appeal was denied and everything, and they sent it back down to the lower court. So it went back down to the lower court, and it's in their jurisdiction. So it is currently in Illinois, the case. So that's probably why he also filed it in Illinois, because he's petitioning that jurisdiction for this particular motion, because that's where the case is. I believe right now, if I'm not mistaken, because the New York, the appeal was denied, but the writ of certiorari to go to the Supreme Court for New York hasn't been denied yet, or if it will be denied, because that was just filed in, I think I posted it on the wall in May, mid-May, right? 15th or the 19th or something like that. So now, it's now in the Illinois jurisdiction, back in the court where the trial was, right? He can ask for a new trial. So we won't be able to see if he gets a new trial or whatever. We won't be able to see the bond or anything like that. Not the bond, Lord, the discovery and stuff. Maybe until what? Until he's granted a new trial and all of that. So we don't know exactly what evidence Bo has of what he's saying. And I told you, them words on that paper seem a little strong for just to be allegations. Not saying that it's true. I'm saying because it's all about what you can prove. Try. And child, Mr. Clary, child. Mm. And look at Miss Windbush came on through today. Child, didn't we get an earfuls of earfuls, honey? Well, I did. I'm talking so loud. Child, don't hate me. I ain't got nothing to do with none of them. I'm smacking out in y'all ear. I apologize. Baby. And all these different stories. Damn, I'm eating with my mouth, with food in my mouth. Now I don't do that. All these different stories. But I'm always gonna be reasonable and figure out what makes sense, right? And I was wondering, not that I have become the review, respond, and react person around here, but and I'm not alleging nothing, but you know, to get a timeline and review, and somebody sent me two videos from Mr. Angelo, and I think it's two or three on from Choke. I'm gonna play them. Don't go and try to hit my channel and all that extra, cause I ain't playing them for nothing about your boy. I'm playing for some other reason. I'm listening. And then you got people that done talked about my ass, and I ain't go off, cause I don't care about nobody really being in here after you done talked about my ass, cause that's all you're gonna do is talk about my ass somewhere else. You're not really gonna say it. So I figure if you're gonna talk about my ass, while you're in here typing, tell me what you said so I can get you. That's some crazy shit. I mean, all these big bad wolves, honey. I don't like follow the leader type people. You get mad because somebody else mad, and what? Where they do that at? I ain't done shit to your ass. Are you crazy? I'm glad I don't have those type of people in my life. Because I know everybody. I'll be jumping on the side of everybody. That don't make sense. I don't know you. What up, DJ? I don't know you. I don't. You know, talk that shit while you typing in here. Don't want nobody else chat and type and talk about me. And just follow up with lies. Mm-mm-mm. Tell that little meal, that little thing that I showed y'all with the Zatarains that I be putting y'all down on little game. I eat out that thing 4 times, and I get straight up stupid fool every time. I'm trying to tell you, if you're looking for something quick and that's gonna fill you up, I'm finna read. Let me blow my nose. I'm finna get right back to it. And, and some people can't be stand-up individuals for whatever reason. I don't know, but it's some things in this thing that I'm pretty sure aren't true about Larry. And I could do like him on the rest of them, yeah, and say some old lies and pile it on, but I'll never be like them motherfuckers. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm proud to do that. I'm proud to be that way. Like I said, I'm gonna be me. I don't know what the fuck you expect me to be, none of you motherfuckers, and I don't care. I'm gonna be me. And one thing I know for sure, with most of these people, you ain't got to lie up their character, credentials, and credibility. Shit, you can just tell the truth on their ass. That's why they be trying to hide it and shit. And make you look bad. Huh? Okay. I'm glad y'all let me get a little something on my stomach, because baby, I was hungry. Hungry. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Jane's recollection of her personal experiences will prove that the government did know. They knew McGee was there. They knew McGee would be showing Jane and Jane New York certain documents. It strains credulity to try to fathom how the prosecutors could claim not to have known. The stolen mail was given by Magamundi to BOP officers who participated in the theft to federal prosecutors. They knew exactly what was happening. They were using stolen attorney mail and cooperating witness to influence the 2 witnesses they most needed to testify against Robert Kelly in the 2 respective cases. Unfortunately for the government, McGee's disclosure on social media exposed his conduct after the fact. Mr. Montemundi's recent admissions prove that the government has intentionally violated the rights of Mr. Kelly and illicitly tainted witnesses against him. The government hid this truth beneath pages of blacked-out redactions in McGee's sentencing transcript and behind the undisclosed behavior of secret cooperating witness, Kashan Montemundi. But Jane's memory of the events and Montemundi's recent declaration betrayed government counsel and revealed the truth. Oh, I think they really got her. Now, I think they got her. Oh shit. Baby, it's getting hot in here, baby. And I ain't talking about no hot flash. Just 4 days after Mr. McDavid obtained the signed statement from Mr. Montemundi, including these admissions, Mr. Kelly was contacted by a prison official at FCI Butler. The official in question advised Mr. Kelly that he got a call that they, meaning the government, knew that his lawyers in Chicago had been meeting with a witness in jail and that his witness had provided information to the lawyers. The official then advised Mr. Kelly that he was in danger and that Mr. Kelly needed to be careful. The BOP official intimated that Mr. Kelly was not safe in the Bureau of Prisons custody. The Bureau of Prison official further advised that Mr. Kelly should avoid the mess hall. Oh boy. This official wishes to remain anonymous. His identity is known to the defense and can be provided to the court in camera if needed after the issue of recusal has been addressed. In the wake of this troubling dialogue with a prison official on April 11, 2011, and remember, what's the name? J-Bo got off the civil around April 11th or 16th or something like that, 2025. An inmate incarcerated with Mr. Kelly approached him and disclosed that he was sent to FCI Butner by BOP officials who directed him to murder Mr. Kelly. The inmate name is Michael Glenn Stein. Well, I got a question. Why why didn't file any of this? Because if they got those declarations in April or March, why didn't they file it then? Why they waited to May? Just a question. He is a member of the Aryan Brotherhood gang. He has been in the Bureau of Prisons custody since 1982. God damn. With one brief interruption generated by his escape. While incarcerated, he rose to the position of Commissioner of the Aryan Brotherhood. He has signed a declaration setting forth a long history of assaults and murders that he has ordered and participated in at the direction of the Bureau of Prisons official, Exhibit F. Inmates who pose problems for Bureau of Prisons staff and/or inmates with whom staff members were engaged in illegal business were attacked and/or killed by members of the Aryan Brotherhood, AB. As Commissioner of the Aryan Brotherhood, Mr. Stein directed members of the Aryan Brotherhood to commit these acts. In exchange, he and other Aryan Brotherhood members received special privileges, including no cell searches and the ability to traffic narcotics within the prison without interference. Mr. Stein indicated that a prison official who has overseen multiple BOP facilities solicited his participation in multiple killings and assaults. This official's name is Rashay Childress. Mr. Stein has many interactions with Childress while incarcerated at the ADX Lawrence Supermax facility. Childress has ordered murders and beatings that have been carried out by Mr. Stein and those to whom he gave directions. Mr. Stein is prepared to testify regarding all of these murders in order to provide a foundational backdrop for what happened when Childress approached him about Mr. Kelly. On or about February of 2023, Stein was housed in the Special Housing Unit at USP Tucson. Without any warning, he was approached for an unexpected official visit. No Bureau of Prisons guard was present. Instead, Mr. Childress directly approached him. Warden Gutierrez and Associate Warden Stagel were with him. They took him out of his cell and took him to an office area in the special housing unit. Being moved without any guards is unprecedented, but it was done in this instance. Once in the office, Childress did all the talking. He advised Stein that he was aware of his terminal cancer diagnosis. He said that he knew Stein had only a matter of months to live, and he said that he had a plan that would allow Stein to live out the last of those months as a free man. Well, when did he tell him that? in 2023 and Stein is still alive? Okay. Childress advised Stein that he was being sent to FCI Butner. He further advised that there is an inmate at Butner who poses a threat to the Bureau of Prisons and to the government, a person who high-priced lawyers were going to expose damaging information that would harm high-ranking BOP officers and higher-up DOJ people. Childress told Stein that he needed him, Stein, to eliminate the problem. Childress asked Stein if he was familiar with the musical artist R. Kelly. Stein only knew of R. Kelly from the news. Childress told Stein that Kelly is a rapist. He told Stein that Kelly raped little white girls. And he told Stein that Kelly was someone that the Aryan Brotherhood would want gone. Childress told Stein that he would be sent to FCI Butner. He said Stein would go to the medical center first and would be eventually moved to Kelly's unit. There, Childress indicated that Stein should kill R. Kelly. This was a plot to commit murder for the purpose of covering up the crimes noted above. Who it is that gave directives to Childress is a further question that may be answered through a hearing on this motion. Childress told Stein that he would be charged for the murder, but the evidence would be mishandled. There would be no conviction. He further told Stein that he would be transferred following the killing, and on the way, Stein would be permitted to escape, just as he did when he first escaped from the BOP custody, a well-documented event. Childress told Stein that he could live out the last of his days as a free man as long as he did what he was told. Stein agreed to his proposal. Gutierrez and Stagel were present for this conversation. Following the conversation, Stein was taken back to his cell in the chute. Wow. Now, mind you, in order for, well, let me say this. In order for R. Kelly to receive any relief from this motion, his lawyer has to prove everything that he stated in here, right? Um, um, mm, 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 mm. And that's the risk of putting too much sauce, too much in emotion. I don't want to call it sauce, like, just put too much, stuff in here, because some of this could have been just argued, if they got uh, a argument scheduled, right? If they got a court hearing scheduled to argue this particular motion, right? Another thing is, I'm jumping on the other side. I see why they put a lot of these constitutional violations and so on and so forth in here, because just because it's prosecutorial misconduct and it could be a constitutional violation, the remedy isn't always immediate release. So Now I don't really want to go and explain that. So I don't know even why I said that, because they some violations, okay, with some objections, with some issues, they will look to see if whatever the violations are, would affected the outcome of the case. If no, then R. Kelly is going to stay where he is. He might get a reduced sentence, if that, but if not, he'll stay where he is. So let me check this one thing. I want to make sure I'm telling you the right thing. Hold on just one second. Give me 1 second. Okay, I told y'all right. I told y'all right. Okay. Within 2 weeks of meeting with Childress, Stein was transferred to FCI Butner. As a general matter, BOP transfers almost never happen that quickly. After arriving at Butner, Stein was not on Kelly's unit. He was ultimately taken to the medical center, just like Childress said. Stein was at the medical center between October 17, 2023 and March of 2025. While at the medical center, Stein was approached by an official in a suit. He does not know his name. This official told Stein that he knew his diagnosis. He knew that there was no treatment available. He told Stein, "You need to do what you came here for." Shortly after that visit, Stein was moved to R. Kelly's unit. He arrived to the unit in March of 2025. After arriving to the unit, Stein found Mr. Kelly. He followed him. He watched him. He considered how to carry out his murder. He was prepared to carry out the execution, but in the moment when Stein got near Mr. Kelly, he made a different choice. He told him the truth. Stein told Kelly that he was sent to kill him. He told him how and by who. He told Mr. Kelly that his life was absolutely in danger. As a dying man with a long history of murder and violence in his past, Stein decided not to carry out his order. Instead, he decided to take this opportunity to expose children and the BOP for the decades of murder and violence that they have fostered upon the inmate populace while facing no consequences whatsoever. Mr. Stein is prepared to take a polygraph examination. He is prepared to testify before this court. Now, here's the thing, right? How Mr. Stein gonna take a test and he take medications? Now, I don't know which medications um, kind of excludes you, when it comes to taking a test, polygraph test. But I think if you take some kind of certain medications, you're not your test is not going to be considered conclusive or something like that. He is prepared to testify before this court. He is prepared to provide the names of other witnesses who can corroborate his account of the violence that the Aryan Brotherhood has carried out at the direction of Childress and other BOP officers. But you know what? I hope, and I'm not on no side, but I'm just saying, I hope Bo put in here time is of the essence. Well, this man, according to them, could be dead tomorrow. As of the writing of this motion, other Aryan Brotherhood members are now present in Mr. Kelly's unit. Another BOP officer at FCI Butner, named Lieutenant Teague, has approached Mr. Stein on multiple occasions to remind him that he must do what he was sent to do. On June 6, 2025, the defense learned that a second member of the Aryan Brotherhood who is housed at FCI Butner, had just been approached by Lieutenant Teague and directed to carry out the execution of Mr. Kelly and Mr. Stein. Oh, Lord. This man's name is David Keith Harris. The possibility of poison. Oh, this is too much. The possibility of poison being mixed into the food at the chow hall and in the commissary as a means of achieving these executions was discussed with Harris by y'all know I'm getting tired, Tom. Lieutenant T. Now, let's say this. What about this, right? Now, just say they do nothing, right? Just say they do nothing. What if Bo comes back and say, okay, because y'all didn't do anything, other Aryan Brotherhood won't in on the action, and these particular threats, I'm not saying this one isn't legit, but there is proof, real proof, and like legitimate threats. I don't hate to say it like that because it seems like I'm delegitimizing this, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. Just say, after hearing about this particular motion and all of this shit, R. Kelly's life is really in danger. Like we for real know that his life is in danger. Right now, we not sure. So Bo may still have an out if they say no. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? By him preparing this, somebody may try to fuck him up for real though. Ooh, I don't know about all this, huh, honey? Hold on. Where was I? This means that at least two avowed white supremacists and members of the Aryan Brotherhood have been approached by BOP officers and directed to take Mr. Kelly's life. The one who failed to do so has now had his own life threatened. All of this is being done at the direction of the Bureau of Prison officers, whose duty is to keep safe the inmates under their supervision. Both Stein and Harris have agreed to take polygraph examinations and testify to these facts whenever called. An emergency motion for release from custody based on these threats was filed on June 10, 2025. Within hours of our filing, Mr. Kelly was placed in solitary confinement. He had no access to phones to call his family or friends. He had no way to call his lawyer. When they came to take him to solitary, Mr. Kelly immediately asked to call his lawyer. He was denied that request. He was put in solitary against his will. After no one heard from him on the evening of June 10, 2025, the undersigned office began making efforts to determine what happened. Prison officials refused to tell him whether Mr. Kelly had been placed in solitary confinement. All they would say is that he is still housed in the same facility. After multiple sustained demands, the undersigned finally got a legal call with Mr. Kelly on the morning of June 11th. It was only then that the circumstances Mr. Kelly faces was brought to his attention. In solitary, Mr. Kelly could not eat his own food from his locker, which he purchased from the commissary. The prison officials refused to give it to him. Mr. Kelly had spiders crawling over him as he tried to sleep. He did not eat between June 10th and June 12th because the only food they would bring him comes from the very child hall about which both a prison official warned him. While the allegations made by Mikhail Glenstein were shocking, the events that transpired since the filing of Mr. Kelly's motion for temporary furlough are equally stunning, but yet undeniable. When combined with what has already been asserted, the recent events plainly support Mr. Stein's accusation that Bureau of Prisons officers are seeking to kill Robert Kelly to cover up crimes committed by U.S. attorneys and BOP officers involved in the investigation of his case. Government counsel has called Mr. Kelly's prior motion for release from custody with words like fanciful and theatrical. They can use whatever words they like. The problem for the government is that the allegations in Mr. Kelly's motion are not his. They are the allegations of people who participated in crimes committed by government officials in the efforts to make federal cases against R. Kelly and in the plot to take Mr. Kelly's life a means of covering up those crimes. For those who doubt the idea that Bureau of Prison officers seek to harm Mr. Kelly, the recent event described below will replace skeptical doubt with stunned recognition of undeniable reality. Mr. Kelly's life is in danger, and the threat comes from Bureau of Prison officers whose duty is to protect him. Also, y'all, while I'm thinking about this, also, if he is granted a new trial, right? Depending on, see, they know what they're doing. Trust and believe what I'm saying. Depending on how his, the reason why his case is vacated or whatever, like with some prosecutorial misconduct, they can't charge you again. And then also, you may run into the issue of what? Of what? Double jeopardy. Then they can't charge you again because of that. So they're going the right route, although it doesn't make sense to some of you all, but I understand what they're doing. And I understand that, I mean, it is nothing that I want to be involved with, but I see why they're doing certain things, because they are boxing the government in, the judge in, and everybody in. Because listen, you asking for a new trial, but chances are you're probably not going to, if he's granted a new trial, he might not receive a new trial, because depending on which prosecutorial violation that the government is hit by, you can't charge the defendant again anyway. Or double jeopardy is going to prevent you from charging the defendant for the same stuff. You know? Because that's when you start getting into whether or not jeopardy attaches or when it detaches. And when it attaches, okay, when it detaches, that's that time in where you can file charges. But if it seems to be double jeopardy, if double jeopardy attaches, then it's the same charges or whatever, then you can't bring that case anyway. But if jeopardy continues with some appeals and shit like that, jeopardy will continue, meaning it never detaches. It means it continues. Therefore, if you get charged again or whatever, it's not going to be double jeopardy. That's a long story. I told you about that 2 or 3 years ago, and I ain't gonna go into that right now. But anybody want to do some reading, if y'all want to understand, just go and read about when jeopardy attaches and when jeopardy detaches, and it'll give you some context. Especially when it comes to getting post-conviction relief. Okay, you got to be specific and see if it gives you the right answer. Yeah, so while this may seem unconventional, now that I'm reading all of this, it makes a lot of sense. Says Mr. Kelly was sent to solitary confinement against his will shortly after the filing of this motion for release. A legal call with his attorney was canceled without explanation. Questions about his physical well-being went unanswered. On June 16, 2025, the reasons became apparent. Finally able to speak to Mr. Kelly by phone, the undersigned learned the following shocking revelations. Mr. Kelly went into solitary confinement with his medications in his possession on June 10, 2025. He takes medication for anxiety and to help him sleep, in addition to other medications. While in solitary confinement, prison staff approached him and he showed them the medications in his possession. This will appear on camera footage from the institution. Later in that evening, personnel came to Mr. Kelly's cell and provided him with an additional medication and instructions to take it. This too will be captured on camera. The way this medication is administered to inmates in solitary confinement is as follows. A Bureau of Prisons official crushes up the pills and puts them in small paper cup, which is given to the inmate. The inmate has to swallow the powder in the presence of the official. So it is not possible for the inmate to discern what pill or quantity of pills he is being given when it is crushed up when it is in crushed up form. Mr. Kelly took the medication as directed because he is required to. This was on June 12, 2025, after the undersigned filed a document revealing the solitary confinement conditions experienced by Mr. Kelly. In the early morning hours of June 13, 2025, Mr. Kelly awoke. He felt faint. He was dizzy. He started to see black spots in his vision. Mr. Kelly tried to get up, but fell to the ground. He crawled to the door of the cell and lost consciousness. He was placed on a gurney. Prison officials wanted him to be taken to the on-site medical facility, but staff there could not assist him. Consequently, Mr. Kelly was taken by ambulance to nearby Duke University Hospital. While in the ambulance, he heard one of the prison officers with him state, "This is going to open a whole new can of worms." At the hospital, Mr. Kelly learned that he had been administered an overdose quantity of his medications that threatened his life. He required hospitalization for 2 days to treat it. This means that within 2 days of the filing of his motion, Bureau of Prison officials administered an amount of medication that significantly exceeded a safe dose and caused Mr. Kelly to overdose, putting his life in jeopardy. They gave him an amount of medicine that could have killed him. Unfortunately, administering an overdose quantity of medication to Mr. Kelly just days after his exposure of a Bureau of Prison plot to kill him is not the end of the BOP's action that put his life in jeopardy. It is actually gets much worse. For many months now, Mr. Kelly has been seeking medical attention for an obviously swollen leg. He has a history of blood clots and has been worried about further clots forming. Earlier this year, Mr. Kelly received what was supposed to be a scan for blood clots. He was then told by prison medical staff that they were only authorized to advise him that he would no longer be receiving blood thinners. He was taken off blood thinners at that time. This was within the past approximately 3 months. At Duke University Hospital, Mr. Kelly showed the doctors his leg. He shared his fears and concerns. The hospital immediately did a scan for blood clots. That scan revealed blood clots in his right leg, blood clots in his left leg, and blood clots in his lungs. The hospital indicated that they would need to keep him for 7 days and scheduled for a surgery to clear the clots called a pulmonary embolectomy. Embolectomy, I'm sorry. He was immediately placed back on blood thinners that Butner medical staff discontinued. Damn. Boy, that's some bad shit there. Them blood clots will kill you. When advised he required surgery, he needed to be kept for a week. Officers assigned Mr. Kelly in the hospital. Let's see. Wait a minute. When advised he required surgery and needed to be kept for a week, officers assigned to Mr. Kelly in the hospital contacted the officials at Butner. Within an hour, officers with assault rifles came into his hospital room and removed Mr. Kelly. He was taken from the hospital against his will and against the directives of the doctors. He was denied the surgery he needed to clear blood clots from his lungs that threatened his life. This happened. It has been confirmed by certain hospital staff. It will be confirmed by hospital records that have been ordered already. It is undeniable. Mr. Kelly's life is in jeopardy right now because the Bureau of Prisons denied him necessary surgery to clear clots from his legs. He could die from condition at any time, and they are letting it happen. There is no legitimate explanation for that. And what did the Bureau of Prison officials do with an inmate just diagnosed with multiple blood clots at an outside hospital who needed surgical intervention? They took him out of the hospital and returned him to solitary confinement, not even to Butner Medical Facility. Since his return to Butner, Mr. Kelly is still being denied the blood thinners that were just prescribed to him at Duke University Hospital. There is no other way to interpret this. They are putting his life in danger intentionally. They intend to let him die. It is useful to juxtapose the declaration of Michael Stein with the conduct of the Bureau of Prisons officials since that declaration became public. He exposed what he indicated was a Bureau of Prisons plot to kill Mr. Kelly in order to cover up crimes committed by DOJ and the Bureau of Prisons officials during the investigation of his cases. This raised shock and skepticism from some from some. The Bureau of Prisons officials responded to his allegations by one, putting Mr. Kelly into solitary confinement against his will, two, overdosing him on prescription medications administered by prison staff, and three, removing him from the hospital where they intended to perform surgery to clear blood clots that threatened his life, and four, continuing to deny him blood thinners after they were explicitly prescribed at the hospital. All of this is verifiable through medical records that have been obtained. So Mr. Kelly says to the government, how fanciful do Mr. Stein claims sound now? It was not theatrics that took Mr. Kelly off the blood thinners that he needed. It was not theatrics that provided him with an overdose of medication. It was not theatrics that denied him necessary surgery on blood clots in his lungs and legs, which threatened his life at his minute, which threatened his life at his minute. Bureau of Prisons officials did all of that on their own, and they did it within days of Mr. Stein's declaration going public. Those plain facts speak a lot louder than anything government counsel has to say, and they gave one message loud and clear. Mr. Kelly's life is in danger, and that danger is coming from the Bureau of Prisons officials and their actions. Should witnesses like Jane, the friends who spoke to her about what prosecutors did, Krishan Mundamanda, Mikhail Glenn Stein, and David Keith Harris, ever take the witness stand at a hearing on this motion, they would disclose a sordid and concerted effort by prosecutors and BOP officials to violate Mr. Kelly's rights, to threaten and corruptly influence witnesses to commit the crimes of theft and obstruction of justice, and to plot the murder of R. Kelly rather than to face the consequences that will follow once their criminal conduct is proven. I told you, they got Jane. You see what they say? Should witnesses like Jane. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but it seems like they got it. If this testimony is given, these people can lose their job and their pensions. Under the current Trump Justice Department directive, these people will be prosecuted and go to jail. These people are now high-ranking officials and influential attorneys. They are senior prosecutors and even judges. If Jane Stein, Monda Mundi, and Larry McGee get to the witness stand, all of those careers can be upended. All of those important lives can be destroyed. Shit, they gonna put Larry on the stand too. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh shit. Larry, do they got you? Do they have you? Shit. They naming all the people they got. Mm, mm, mm. When Tawana Ingram was caught stealing Robert Kelly's calls and emails following a search warrant, her guilt was obvious. The U.S. attorney said there was going to be an investigation and prosecution. What happened to Tawana Ingram? Nothing. She retired quietly with her full pension. Her crime was swept under the rug. If that is not evidence of corruption inside the U.S. Attorney's Office, then what is? Following a search that established her guilt, a lot of people were necessarily involved in the decision to prevent Tawana Ingram from facing any of the justice she deserved. Some of the highest ranking people in the U.S. Attorney's Office had to sign off on that inexplicable decision. All of them are complicit in trying to cover up the corruption that is laid out above. All of them face devastating consequences should the testimony we seek to elicit from these witnesses ever get provided. All of them have every reason to try to prevent Mr. Kelly from ever litigating this motion. If Mr. Kelly is dead, that goal is accomplished. In the general public, no one really notices what happens to people in prison. If someone dies in prison, it seems commonplace. If someone is killed in prison, that's just what happens in there. It is a sad reality that few people really care about. With that in mind, it becomes easy to understand how the people who committed this corruption and those that helped cover up would rather kill a disgraced inmate convicted of sex crimes than face consequences that could ruin their lives and careers should he ever be put on the witness stand. Women should, women, lives and careers should he ever put his witnesses on the stand. Okay. Whew. The government does not want this pattern of BOP and DOJ collusion to commit crimes, intimidate witnesses, and violate rights to secure convictions to plainly proven in a high profile case. It will disgrace the U.S. Attorney's Office and Department of Justice. It will disgrace the Bureau of Prisons, and it will cause a long look to be taken at all of the other cases in which the same thing happens every day when no one is paying attention. People have been killed for a lot less, and right now, Mr. Kelly's life is literally in danger as he sits in BOP custody with life threatening blood clots, untreated in his lungs because BOP prevented him from getting the treatment that would save him. It does not get more obvious than that. Now the legal standard. This is what I want to skip to anyway. But had I missed all of that and just thinking that it was the factual, the normal factual background, child, we would have missed all the dirt. Child, we getting all the dirt tonight. Child, I'm getting the dirt. Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure 33 allows the defendant to bring a motion for a new trial based on newly discovered evidence within 3 years of conviction. Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure 33, a motion for a new trial based on newly discovered evidence that demonstrates constitutional or statutory error may be brought under Rule 33 and should be granted if the interests of justice so requires. Case law. Y'all hear that? So remember I told you, if it's a statutory violation or if it's a constitutional violation. If remember I was telling y'all that early on? Argument. Newly discovered evidence establishes that and they are calling it newly discovered evidence. So, and testimony is evidence. Okay? But it seems like to me they also have some documentary evidence as well. Documentary evidence is one that what? Documents something. Like records, shit like that. Demonstrative evidence does what? Demonstrates. That's something like charts and graphs and shit like that. Um, what was Let me start over. Okay. Newly discovered evidence established that the government engaged in numerous constitutional violations in its prosecution of Mr. Kelly. The government violated Mr. Kelly's right to counsel by utilizing a jailhouse informant to elicit information from Mr. Kelly about the subject matter of the case. The government committed committed further violations of Mr. Kelly's right to counsel as well as his right to due process under the Fifth Amendment through the surreptitious collection of Mr. Kelly's legal communications. So that's fifth and sixth. And the government flouted its obligations under Brady and Giglio by concealing impeachment evidence that would damage its case against Mr. Kelly and demonstrate witness intimidation and obstruction of justice committed by prosecutors and BOP officers. The interest of justice therefore requires a new trial. 1. The government violated Mr. Kelly's rights to counsel and due process by embedding a government informant as his cellmate and stealing his legal communications. The Sixth Amendment, which I told you, the Sixth Amendment provides that in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Case law. The core of this right has historically been and remains today the opportunity for a defendant to consult with an attorney to have him investigate the case and prepare a defense for trial. Case law. The Supreme Court has held that the right extends to having counsel present at various pretrial critical interactions between the defendants and the government. Case law, including the deliberate I can't even see that. Oh shit. Elicitations. I'm sorry. My eyes. When I tell you my eyes are watering. Hold on. Let me wipe them out. Ooh. Okay, including the deliberate elicitation by law enforcement officers and their what's that? Ooh, ooh, agents. Let me see if I see it right. Agents of statements pertaining to the charge case law. Damn, I can't see. Moreover, the Supreme Court has readily acknowledged the importance of the attorney-client privilege, which is one of the oldest recognized privileges for confidential communications. Case law. It says in 2016, describing the necessarily close working relationship between lawyer and client, the need for confidence, and the critical importance of trust. Accordingly, there has been widespread agreement that communications by post between an inmate and his attorney are sacrosanct. Sacrosanct. Case law. Oral. What is? Oh, I can't see shit. Let me see if I turn this way. Okay, let me turn this way. I can see closer with this. This ain't gonna work out. I was doing all right till the Satan tried to get in my eyes. Okay, oral intercourse. Hmm? Oh, oral intercourse has been hedged with similar protection, as the Third Circuit has explained. Let me start that over because that don't sound right. Hold on. Accordingly, there has been widespread agreement that communications by post between an inmate and his attorney are sacrosanct. Case law. Oral intercourse has been hedged with similar protection, as the Third Circuit has explained. The fundamental justification for the Sixth Amendment right to counsel is the presumed inability of a defendant to make informed choices about the preparation and conduct of his defense. Free two-way communications between client and attorney is essential if the professional assistance guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment is to be meaningful. The purpose of the attorney client privilege is inextricably linked to the very integrity and accuracy of the fact finding process itself. Case law. The government's intrusion into privileged conversations with one attorney can thus require the vacation of convictions. For instance, in Black versus United States, law enforcement officers improperly overheard pretrial conversations between a defendant and his lawyer, and the Supreme Court reversed the conviction in each case. Case law. The risk is not only that the government might introduce such communications at trial, but also that the government can use privileged communications to build its case against a defendant. The Ninth Circuit in 2003, as amended May 19, 2003, requiring the government to show that all of the evidence it introduced at trial was derived from independent sources and that all of its pretrial and trial strategy was based on independent sources. So that must have had something to do with some kind of immunity. Another risk is that the government gains an unfair advantage by learning of the defendant's trial strategy. The Ninth Circuit has described the difficulty in assessing such claims. Wait a minute, y'all. Let me look something up real quick. One second. Let me see what that is. We third shipping it. In cases where wrongful intrusion results in the prosecution obtaining the defendant's trial strategy, the question of prejudice is more so. In such cases, it will often be unclear whether and how the prosecutions improperly obtained information about the defendant's trial strategy may have been used and whether there were there was prejudice. More important, in such cases, the government and the defendant will have unequal access to knowledge. The prosecution team knows what it did and why. The defendant can only guess. Here, the government exhibited a blatant disregard for Mr. Kelly's right to counsel. It embedded Mondamondi and Robert Cellmate as Robert's cellmate, both before and after his New York trial, to obtain information against Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly discussed his case with Mondamundi, and that information was provided to BOP officials and the prosecution team. Acting as an informant alone would constitute a Sixth Amendment violation, but the government went further and enlisted Mondamundi to obtain Mr. Kelly's privileged correspondence with his attorneys. Not only that, but the numerous BOP officials accessed Mr. Kelly's emails, including legal correspondence. The government used the information stolen by Mondamundi and BOP officers to influence witnesses in this case, and what is that? And Mr. Kelly. In this case, and Mr. Kelly's New York prosecution. Must be meant to say in this case and in Mr. Kelly's New York prosecution, I guess. Compounding the prejudice. The government was able to access Mr. Kelly's trial strategy from these stolen communications. Wow. The breadth of this violation and the use of privileged communications in prosecutions of Mr. Kelly are repugnant to the constitutional guarantees of the right to counsel and due process. Now, I'll be surprised if they don't schedule a hearing, because what he's alleging, I don't think a judge doing due diligence can sit up there and just, just from reading this and say there's nothing to it. I don't think, they would want to take that chance. So, I mean, excuse me. Okay, that's case law. It says the interest of justice thus requires a new trial. Number 2, the government committed Brady and Giglio violations which warrant a new trial. It was not enough for the government to ignore Mr. Kelly's right to counsel, but it deliberately concealed evidence that it was constitutionally law required to produce under Brady and Giglio. For Brady violation to exist, enlisting, that don't say enlisted, entitling, Lord have mercy, a defendant, I can't see. When I tell you it, my eyes are blurry, to a new trial, he must establish, 1, that the prosecution suppressed evidence, 2, that the evidence was favorable to the defendant, and 3, that it is material to an issue at trial. Case law. Evidence is material if there is a reasonable probability that had the evidence been disclosed to the defense, the result of the proceeding would have been different. You have case law, and it says impeachment evidence falls within Brady rule, right? And then it says and it also cites Giglio. Now, also with that, if the evidence was discoverable, meaning the defense could have found this information out on its own, like it was something widely known or something like that, then sometimes that would be the argument, like it was before. You knew about the investigate that they say you knew about the investigation of Officer A and Tasha K back in the day. You could have discovered yourself, so there was no Brady violation. So we did not have the. Uh, it's not a violation if we didn't include it into the discovery, pretty much. Um, that's judgmental. And see, a lot of these issues, I mean, I would be surprised if a judge doesn't hear this, because a lot of these issues are technical, and it requires some further investigation. It requires some litigation. It requires a lot to get to the bottom of this. I don't think that it would be right for a judge to just look at this and say, nah, you know, but that's my opinion. The government suppression of evidence in this case requires a new trial. The government suppressed the threat of prosecuting Jane's parents if she did not testify. The Jane in Illinois. Okay. The government also failed to disclose the financial promise it made to Jane, and the government flat out denied that any stolen communication was provided to Jane and that a clandestine meeting was arranged by McGee. Oh, each of these certainly could have established bias and impeached Jane's credibility with the jury. And one need not speculate about the result if the jury disbelieved her testimony. So, with that being said, that lets you know that there is no such thing as no hidden immunities, and I'm not saying. Well, here's what I'm saying. Okay, because I don't speak in absolutes, but immunities must be disclosed, just like financial any of these things I just read off, but immunities and all of that, because as I was explaining to Mo earlier, that is a test of one's credibility. Do you have any motivation to lie while you're up on the stand? You understand what I'm saying? Now, if they discover that some people had some hidden immunities or whatever, and it wasn't reported to to the defense, it should be in this, because God knows Bo has put everything and some more shit that child. So of course, if it was some hidden immunities, that would be also at issue here in this motion, right? Um, and one need not to speculate about the result of the jury disbelieved her testimony. The acquittal in the 2008 trial is indisputable proof that the case could not stand without her. Recall that materiality under Brady requires only a reasonable probability that the result would be different. Case law. Whereas here, the impeachment evidence is about the government star witness, it is often material. So remember, I said earlier, I said, it's going to be weighted. Um, all of these violations isn't an automatic reversal of conviction, a new trial, and all of that, right? You may be told that at some point. You have been told that. It doesn't necessarily means that, right? Because they also weigh it up against would the results been different had that violation wouldn't have happened. Okay, you ain't got to believe me. Um, so a constitutional violation does not automatically mean a they vacate um um they vacate the conviction. There are some where the only remedy is to vacate, but not all. Okay. Um. Well, where am I? Okay. In 2016, withholding impeachment evidence against star witness violated Brady. There can be no doubt that in the interest of justice requires a new trial if Jane's evidence is presented at a hearing. Number 3, evidence of constitutional violations is newly discovered. This information was not obtained until after the trial. So, meaning, y'all know that rule when it comes to appeals, right? Like if the violation or whatever could have been or was discovered during the trial, you can't normally you can't appeal for those. Well, that's why they're making it plain here that the violation wasn't discovered till after the trial. Well, now wait a minute. Oh well, okay. Would depend on because the communications was discovered during trial. Maybe they're talking about the other stuff. All right. So it says the information was not obtained until after trial, and there is no realistic way defense counsel could have obtained it sooner, especially in light of the government's explicit denials. Mundi's role as a government informant was not discovered until after the trial. So too was the impeachment evidence against Jane. There was no reasonable way to obtain this information without the government's disclosure. Because mind reading is beyond the abilities of even the most diligent attorney, courts are often hesitant to say that material contained in a witness's head is available to criminal defendants for Brady purposes. Case law. 7th Circuit 2001. And while there was some knowledge of the stolen communications, see, they addressing it. See how good I am. The breadth of the theft and the use of Mr. Kelly's stolen communications to specifically influence Jane, New York, could not have been uncovered by an investigation and more diligent than the undertaking in this case. So they just explained what I was trying to say a few minutes ago. Like, the stolen communication was known during the trial, but you know, they backed me up. They backed me up. They backed your girl up. Says discovery and evidentiary hearing are necessary to assess the full damage of the government's malfeasance and criminality in its protection of Mr. Kelly. However, given the grave constitutional violation in this case, the interest of just Lord, I keep on saying interest. The interest of justice certainly requires a new trial. 4. The court should grant Mr. Kelly bond pending the resolution of his motion for a new trial. Mr. Kelly's life is demonstrably in jeopardy while in custody, and bond pending the resolution of this motion is warranted. The jeopardy has gotten worse since the plot to kill him became public. There are no conditions in prison that can protect him. This okay, and the reason why they put it like that, because remember I told you remedies before relief. Okay, so they're saying there's no conditions in prison that can protect him. That's lawyers know what that means. That means that pretty much there's no remedies. So you got to, well, they're asking to please release them, based on, excuse me, I don't know how to scratch my damn ear. No throat. But yeah, says that is being proven every minute he remains with deadly blood clots in his lungs and treatment denied. Courts have inherent power to order the release of a prisoner bringing a collateral attack. It says, and collateral attack also is known as as a habeas corpus or a 2255, but they call those collateral attacks as well. What was that? Hold on for a minute, y'all. Hold on. I just got this little bit to go. Okay. Mm. What was that? Okay, courts have inherent power to order the release of a prisoner bringing a collateral attack, meaning like a habeas corpus or 2255. In other words, like a new case altogether. And you can, well, Mo was asking, can you get a bond? Yeah, you can bond while you're still a prisoner. You can bond and like, wow. waiting for an appeal, or waiting for a new trial, so on and so forth. Where am I? Okay, although the case law mostly deals with habeas corpus and 2255 petition, the Seventh Circuit has noted that when made following the outcome of a direct appeal, a Rule 33 motion plainly is collateral in the usual sense of the term. There is no reason to treat a Rule 33 motion for a new trial differently for purposes of bond. Here, truly exceptional circumstances warrant Mr. Kelly's bond pending a resolution of this motion. Mr. Kelly's life is in danger while he remains in a physical custody of the BOP days after Mr. Kelly filed his emergency motion outlining the corruption in his prosecution and the plot by BOP officials to order his execution. Mr. Kelly was given a potentially lethal dose of medication while in solitary confinement. At the hospital, he was removed at gunpoint after doctors determined that medical intervention was necessary to treat his blood clots. Mr. Kelly has been warned by BOP officials that things will only get worse for him while his counsel continues to uncover the corruption within the BOP. His release pending the resolution of this motion is necessary for the relief to be effective. A new trial offers no relief if one doesn't live to see it. An immediate bond hearing is requested. The undersigned will seek to call Mikhail Glenstein at this hearing along with Duke University Hospital doctors that will demonstrate the im- immen- imminency, Lord, of the threat that compels bond in this extraordinary circumstance. There is no jurisdictional issue behind which the government can take refuge now that this motion is filed. Conclusion. The prosecution of Mr. Kelly brings to mind the warning offered by Justice Brandeis in his Olmsted dissent. Decency, security, and liberty alike demand the government officials shall be subjected to the same rules of conduct that the commands to the citizens. In a government of laws, existence of the government will be imperiled if it fails to observe the law. I was doing okay. Law scrupulously. Scrupulously. Ugh. Our government is the omnipresent teacher, for good or for ill. It teaches the whole people by its example. Crime is contagious. If the government becomes a lawbreaker, it breeds contempt for law. It invites every man to become a law unto himself. It invites anarchy. To declare that in the administration of the criminal law, the end justifies the means. To declare the government may commit crimes in order to secure the conviction of a private criminal would bring terrible retribution. Again, that no, pernicious doctrine, this court should resolutely set its face, unless indeed the adversary system of prosecution is to descend to a gladiatorial level unmitigated by any prosecutorial obligation for the sake of truth, case law, the government will be held to account for its constitutional violation. A new trial is necessary to guard against such dissent. Wherefore, Mr. Kelly respectfully requests this honorable court to order a new trial and Mr. Kelly release pending the resolution of this motion. Oh my gosh. Lord have mercy. Jesus. That's a lot. Well, remember when I said Bonjean, how she writes, how she pushes her pen, she forces people to make decisions, namely the judge or whatever. Remember I said that? Well, Bo Brindley do it times two. You understand what I'm saying? He boxes their ass in. Now, I don't see, let me make sure I throw this on the wall before I forget, before I get up out now. I don't see how they could not, they must be on, I don't see how the judge could not schedule this for oral argument. Hold on, let me put this on the wall. An oral argument or an investigation. I don't see how they could get away with not doing that. Now that's crazy. Now that's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, that costs nothing. Well, I mean, of course it costs something, but to put that on the calendar in the next couple of weeks, that ain't gonna hurt nobody. That's not gonna hurt nobody to see what's up. See what's up. Because you don't want to be the one who the judge who went against went against went against your morals. And we do, I'm talking about people in the legal world, we supposed to do everything in the interest of justice. Those that, well, not me, but those that make those judgments, which are the judges, you don't want, I mean, god damn, he wrote the hell out of that. And it seems like nonsense to a certain degree. However, you don't want to gamble with that. You understand what I'm saying, y'all? You don't want to gamble with that. You don't want to take no chances, is what I'm trying to say. You don't want to take no chances with that. That's crazy. That's cray cray. That's cray cray. Oh, I'm coming, y'all. So, like, you know, I just, mm, 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 mm. Here, and that they'll give them a new trial or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. But other with y'all. You hear me? I'm just running my mouth and y'all ain't even on here. I know y'all really want me to tell y'all what Mr. Angelo was talking about. I know y'all do. I know it. I know it. Uh, y'all was holding on like, what is he saying? What is he saying? What is he saying? Mm. I mean, I pretty much told y'all the stuff that was common knowledge. Um, mm, no, y'all. I just don't know. What's it all for? And that's some in print song. Child, what is it all for? It is not that serious. But he confirmed he ain't know nothing about. He didn't know nothing about them damn like all that stuff and them text messages and stuff. And I said it sounded strange because why would the mama say don't text in that chat with the daughter and the dad in there? That don't make no sense if he in it, if he knows all what's going, the whole thing or whatever. Mm. I wish I could tell y'all some more. You know, I can't run my mouth like that. But mm, mm, mm. All I can tell you, people ain't shit. Oh Lord, people ain't shit, honey. I can tell you. Mm, mm. Yeah, but he said he wasn't there. He said by the time he got there, the fight it was all was all over. Like it was ending up and all that. Now you know who I got to talk to. When is Shabazz gonna pop back up? Where he at? Where's Shabazz? Ran him off. He used to come through. I'm an observationist, right? I did my work in the goddamn field, honey. Done it all. I use my shit when I need to. And what you do is you just get everybody damn story. And you see which one make the sense, which one lines up with the evidence. It ain't that hard. And baby, I'm trying to say, I know y'all want. Let me see. Let me see if something else, because I wrote some stuff down. See what I can't say that. Oh, well, I don't think this is harmful or this is hot mouthing, but I think it is widely known that um, Mr. Savage, and as he should, is the one that got this stuff kicked off, right? That, he was brought into it, and Mr. Savage and them had been dealing with it or what have you, right? Now, this is what he said. Now, listen, I'm not here, but and I remember seeing Mr. Savage, and I remember from the early days. Remember, what was that girl's name? She had played. Remember, she had played the call with Tim Savage and Cash first on her channel. And I think she said she had got threatened by Tim or something like that. What the girl name was? Oh man, I'm subscribed to it, but I don't never get nothing. What the girl name was? The brown skin girl. And I think she had like little plaits or some little braids in her hair. She was a larger a larger um, YouTuber. And remember, she played also the call about when they said Asante, and he said when Tim said Asante was a liar. She played all those calls. That's when the sector was good, baby. I don't think really we had no sector then. We was just out here. But she remember that. Well, I mean, I don't know why they try to act like Claire's and them started this when it was Mr. At one point, Mr. Tim them was the ones that they was going all to the cops and stuff. And even that clip that Dana played with Toxic Diamond, and you would hear Miss Johnson said she the one that started this. So I don't know what the aim is. I know what the aim is, but it don't make no sense as they should have started it. 'Cause I don't give a damn if my child was 40. If I hadn't spoken to her, I would have told America up. So I don't know what's the big. I mean, I know why, because you got to make people look bad, but that don't make no sense. Yes, as you should have been down there to the cops every day. Like that's crazy. Um, what else? What else? What else? Mm. Ah. But anyway, so I'm gonna go, but I know I done started so many part ones to shit, but that that timeline, that review, reacting, whatever that timeline, I had to go back and check my email, see what y'all want me to see. What the two, his two lives and the 2 or 3 lives from Choke. Yeah, I gotta see what y'all, cause I'm sleeping. I don't know what is I'm supposed. I don't forgot y'all. But anyway, y'all, I'm gonna get up out of here, baby. Yeah, this is too much for me today. But shout out to everybody, right? Make sure you like us up. If you ain't like me, you had to like Mo. So hit the like button for Mo. If you ain't like me, you ain't like Mo, you had to like Miss Sharon. Hit the like button for her. Let me see if it's going up. I will keep y'all on here like hostages, baby. Can I get 4 more? 4 more likes. Just 4 more. 4 more. You're like somebody. Y'all gonna make me beg. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Cause I don't give y'all no information. The other 4 y'all are probably just hater watching. Anyway, y'all, hey, make sure y'all do some good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow an even better day. And honey, I'm out of here, baby. Woo, God. Peace. Y'all be safe.